Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Good morning, my lovely friends. Welcome to Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard. Was I in the dark then? I felt like the lights came up. That was very Phantom of the Opera, wasn't it? I'm back, I'm here. Welcome. It's so lovely to have your company. We've got a jam-packed morning ahead of us, but let's start as always with our early bird. Oh, I do look forward to seeing those little birds tweeting in the skies there. Right, we're starting with a great early bird. Now, this is a great stash builder. This hour is all about building up your stash. And what I've got right here are 3 1-meter pieces. Now, some really super useful colours here and a brilliant price to kick off our day. Now, I've got 3 meters. First of all, super useful. We've got this gorgeous buttery, clean, bright cream. It's really warm. That's going to work so well as a neutral against brights, against traditional fabrics. You could work with autumny colours. It's going to really work across the board. You're getting a metre, 100% cotton in this beautiful cream colour. That's one of 3. You're also getting this fabulous mid-toned sort of elephant grey. Great for modern quilting, great for working with things like other neutrals, greys, blacks, taupes, golds. That's going to work really well, but it will also work really well with bright modern fabrics. So think Alison Glass, think Tula Pink, think K Facet. That's going to work brilliantly as well. Also fantastic for things like bag linings, backing your cushions, backing your table runners. £22.74 at the moment. Remember, it's our early bird. You're also getting a metre of this, which for me is a bit of a wild card, but also I really love this colour of green. If I was to pick a green that I could always use in a quilt, it would be this lovely leafy, sort of like a chartreuse, like a lime. I just love it. It's zingy, it's fresh, it's full of energy. Let's show you the deal. Let's do the deal. Let's do this. Oh, right, that's fantastic. £16.74. Now remember, you're getting 3 meters of fabric here, so you're paying what, about £5.70 a meter? 1674 divided by 3. It's far too early for me to do that in my head. While my brain ticks and whirs, I'm going to say a couple of good mornings. Morning to Sandra. Sandra says, morning Stuart, have you given up on the summer attire? I have not. Short sleeve, this will be coming off soon. I'm just warming up, Sandra. Claire says, good morning Stuart and all. New camera angle. We're having a little experiment. I'll tell you what it is. We've got fabulous Pars rulers coming in tomorrow, and this is a fabulous angle to see quilting and sewing, so we're giving it a bit of a whirl. Now, just to let you know, this metre, our price for our early bird is £5.58 per metre, £5.58 per metre, which is a fantastic price. Absolutely brilliant stash builder. As I say, think linings, backings, piecing. Also really good to have when you're doing things like embroideries. This would work really nicely, especially something like the cream would be lovely as a backdrop for blue work, red work. Add some embroideries. Really nice. Great value. Great quality. It's from Rose and Hubble, so we know that quality. It is beautiful, and you're getting it for an absolute bargain price this morning. Now remember, here at Sewing Street you only pay 1 P&P no matter how many times you check out. So if you're going for the early bird, you can then sit back, relax, and know that your postage is paid right up to midnight tonight, no matter how many times you check out your basket. We've got some amazing deals on sewing machines today. How would you like to get a new sewing machine for a postage charge of £3.95? I mean, amazing, isn't it? And it doesn't matter how many times you check out. We've got a message under bottom. Good morning, Stuart and team, from the exercise bike in Brown Hills. Carolyn, I'm impressed. Looking forward to a classic show and some lushness from Janet Clare. Have a great day. This is impressive. This is that modern world we're living in, isn't it? When you can be at the gym exercising and watching your favourite show and having a chat with a friend. I just love it, Carolyn. More power to your elbow. Now ramp that up and come on, let's go up that hill. Never got cycling. Oh, no, spin. I used to teach exercise to music for many years, and I did train to do studio cycling and teach it, and it wasn't for me. It was too sweaty. No, didn't like it. What I do like is our early bird today, because it's a great value pack of 3 1 metre cuts, cream, elephant grey and chartreuse. Absolutely fab. They look really cool together, actually. Really cool together. But of course, linings, backings, binding sashings, you name it, embroidery. Use these. They are great additions to your stash. And actually this hour is all about great additions to your stash. Shall we have a little look at what's coming up? Let's have a look at our menu. All right, so 8 a.m, it's all about fabric stash builders. We've got some fantastic value bundles and some beautiful pre-cuts to make sure you've always got exactly the right colours in your stash. At 9 o'clock, my dear friend Janet Clare is here with some brand new Janet Clare kits. We have got the beautiful Great Gulls quilt, which is hanging behind me. We've got a kit for this, absolute classic Janet Clare. But we've also got, did you see the fabulous animals quilt, which is hanging next to me? This is called Oddly Enough, and actually you can do a much bigger version of this. I just think that is joyful. It is very British, isn't it? Let me just move my chair out the way. What am I like? Beautiful little badgers, little squidges. We've got some doves, we've got hares, romping hares. It's delightful. It's delightful. That's Janet Clare at 9 o'clock. And then at 10 o'clock, we've got sewing room tools. I'm going to be showing you how to use things like the bias binding maker. That is like a magic trick. You're going to love it. Really cool bit of kit, that. Wait till you see it in action. We've got the bobbin winder. We've got some great tools. Some great thread as well in that hour. And then at 11 o'clock, really excited about this, Janet is back with the Sewing Street launch of her Wordsmith book. It is truly a thing of beauty. I mean, everything Janet does I love, but the book is so gorgeous, so covetable. We're sure to sell out, so if you want to jump on the website and pre-order that, I would, and then you've got your copy. 12 o'clock, sewing machines, all sorts of loveliness in this hour. Grab yourself an amazing deal. Now, while we're talking about sewing machines, I want to just mention 2 sewing machines that we have got coming up and great deals that we've got coming up. Now, you know this is one of my favourite machines. It's the Brother FS 250. You're making an amazing saving today. It's already an amazing price. On the Brother website, you can buy the Brother FS 250 for £799. Truly. Our price at Sewing Street, regular price, let me show you, is 500. It's not 500. Have we got a price? 399, yeah, £399. All right, so that's already amazing, isn't it? It's already amazing. It's £799 on the Brother website. It's £399 on our website. But today you're going to make a saving. Check this out. We don't normally do this at 8 o'clock, but it's such a good deal. You're saving 10% today. It's £359, and you're also getting an extra freebie bundle. Some Delphine Brooks panels there. You're getting some toy stuffing. You're getting some yardage as well of beautiful cotton fabric to add to your stash. All of that for £359. Absolutely incredible. There are split pays on that machine too. Now, just to show you, I'm as good as my word. If I just show you the Brother website for a second. Here we go. Brother website, Brother FS 250, and there it is, £799, including VAT. And there is no price crash on that. There is no saving. There isn't even 10%. Come to Sewing Street website. And it's £359 today with that bundle of freebies. Okay, so I wanted to mention that. I also wanted to mention another of my favourite machines, which is the Brother Disney Edition embroidery. It's Disney. It's Disney. So I'm just going to turn that around so you can have a quick look. So this is the fabulous embroidery machine from Brother. You've got preloaded Disney designs on your embroidery machine. So you can embroider Mickey Mouse, you can embroider Minnie, Donald, and I also want to say Daphne, but it's not Daphne, is it? Daisy, thank you, thank you. Lovely Daisy Duck. You can do, there's Toy Story, there's Cars, there's Finding Nemo, there are Disney princesses, all sorts. And then you've got hundreds of other designs, alphabets, florals, animals, you name it. All of that stuff is copyright free. You've also got a USB port in the side so you can download thousands of designs off the internet. It's not £599 today, as if that wasn't an amazing enough price. You're saving 10%. It's £539 today. You also get an amazing pack of beautiful threads, and you get some meterage of fabric in with the deal today. You've also got split pays, so take advantage of them. Just some amazing deals. We'll have a proper look at those in the 12 o'clock hour, but right now let's dive straight in and let's talk stash builders. All right, now you know my favorite color is rainbow. You knew that already. My favorite color is rainbow. There isn't a color I don't love. So let's get some beautiful, juicy rainbow color into our stash right from the get-go. So let's start with this amazing bundle right here. I've got 7 meters, 14.5 meters of beautiful rainbow fabric. So this is all those juicy bright colors and I mean beautifully set out. Do you know, a year ago, this would have been all muddled together in a pile, but such is my twitch about having to lay everything out in rainbow. And I've passed that gift on to all the people I work with. So now everything gets put out into beautiful colour order. And isn't that appealing? Can you imagine having that at home and being able to dip into that every time you want to make something? Whether it's a plique, patchwork, adding some extra little sparkle to a bag. You've got those beautiful deep cranberry and true red. You've got a gorgeous bright orange, a peach, golden yellow, buttery soft sunshine. You've got that deep grass green, chartreuse, bright lime there, nice soft sky blue, and sea blue really, a royal purple, lilac, pastel pink, and then this gorgeous deep rose pink. You're getting 1/2 metre of each fabric, and each one, of course, is 100% cotton from Rose and Hubble, a name we know and love and trust. 42 to 44 inches wide. So that's the size of each piece of fabric. Oh, excuse me. Morning tickles. So a really good size at an amazing price. 45.48 is your price. We just had a little price crash on that. When did you look away and suddenly the price has dropped down? £6.49 per metre. So you're making a fantastic saving. You're saving 50 pence per 1/2 metre. I'm going to take that. I'm going to take that in spades. I want to say a few more bright good mornings. Hillary's got in touch to say, morning, Stuart. So looking forward to watching you and Janet Clare this morning. I know you're a big fan of Janet. She is wonderful. Pat's got in touch to say, morning, Stuart. Love you from Blackpool. Give my regards, my lovely. And also Carol's got in touch to say good morning. Good morning to you as well, my love. What a great day we've got ahead. Talking all about beautiful colour this morning. Georgina's got in touch to say, good morning, Stuart. Working from home and watching you. Don't tell my boss. Georgina, what happens on Sewing Street stays on Sewing Street. Secret safe with me, don't worry. Is Georgina even your name? Shh, don't say, don't say. Just loving these beautiful colours. Aren't they gorgeous? Absolutely beautiful. You're making a saving. You're making a saving. You've got 14 1/2 metre cuts here, 7 metres in total, and that whole beautiful rainbow. Now, I really love to mix solids with, well, all sorts of fabrics. They work really well with batiks, with mottles, with modern printed fabrics. You've also got beautiful colours in there that are going to work really well with more traditional ditzes, florals. These would work really well with your Liberty stash. And the benefit, of course, of mixing these great price solids in with your more expensive K-facet fabrics, your Tula Pinks, your Liberty, is that you bring the cost to make of what you're making down, but you're still creating something really beautiful. If you make and sell, things like that can really sort of push your profitability up by blending the more expensive with the less expensive fabrics. So, you know, I always think about these things when I'm making a project. It's really good to mix and match your fabrics. Now then, we've got some other brilliant rainbow deals. So let me show you some of these. Okay, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rainbow. Oh, 3, 4. The neutral. The neutral? No, there's no rainbow. No. I've got pastel, which is 3 meters. Let's do pastels. Shall we do pastels? Let's do pastels. This is perfect for spring, for Easter. Some really pretty projects will come out of this. This is absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Have a look at these. So here we've got this really, isn't this perfect for Easter? It's like an Easter basket, isn't it? Or Easter eggs. Really pretty. Got that really soft leaf green, pretty lilac, a pale sky blue, pastel pink, then you've got this lovely rich apricot, and then a buttery soft lemon yellow. Really, really pretty, that. Really pretty. Price on screen, $22.74? No? Oh, I say, that is good. $19.34. Wow. Are we doing lots of these? This is good. I like it. I like it. I don't know why I'm so surprised. I knew there were a few price crashes, but I didn't know they were on these. That is fantastic. So look at all these fabrics. Now, I'll tell you one of the things I would do with these for Easter in particular. I would cut thin strips. I would sew these together, maybe 1.5 inch strips or 2 inch wide strips. I would sew them together. All right, and you could do them right across the width of fabric, but I'll just show in a bit. So I would sew them together like that, and then I would have a look online, or you could draw it yourself, and what you want is a big egg shape. Yeah, a big egg shape. So what I would do then is draw that big egg shape onto the fabric, maybe with a friction pen, put that onto some wadding and some backing fabric, and then quilt. So probably what I would do is just quilt some wavy lines through, and if you've got the Brother FS250, you could use the serpentine stitch or the feather stitch or something like that. Stitch across like that, and then bind the outer edge. And then you've got a gorgeous kind of stripy Easter egg placemat. Make a set of those. Imagine breakfast table, lunch table on Easter Sunday. So much fun. But more than that, what you could do is you could make 4 or 5 or 6 of those Easter eggs with the binding around, and then lay them in a line so that they overlap each other by maybe about 1 inch, 1.5 inches, and then just sew in the ditch of the binding just where they overlap to join the Easter eggs together, and then you will have a long Easter egg table runner. You could do that with this bundle for under £20. Really cute, really cute. Love those. All right, shall we move on? Carol says, morning, was going to do some housework, but not now. Oh no. Patchwork forever, housework whenever. I'm going to sit and watch Sewing Street and then do it after. We might not feel like it afterwards, Carol. We support you. We support you. Right, can we do sunshine yellows? Let's do sunshine yellows, because I think we all want pot of gold. Someone's getting fancy with their names. I love it. I love it. Welcome to my pot of gold. That sounds like a show in itself. Check these out. Now, if you need a bit of sunshine in your life, yeah, these are zingy. Now, what you've got here actually is a mix of marble blenders and solids, which I think is really rather yummy and delicious. So you've got 6 half meters, 3 meters in total. Look at that. Now I'm thinking straight away double Irish chain or Bargello quilt with this, where you can use the fact that you've got that shading from dark through to light and really use that to your best advantage in a quilt. I mean, yes, of course, these are stash builders, and these are wonderful to have in your stash for when you just need the right shade of yellow, but also really quite inspiring as a palette for a quilt. Go single tone. All these price crashes, I'm loving it. £19.35 for 3 meters, 6 half meters of these gorgeous golds. A pot of gold, in fact. A pot of gold. Isn't that what you find at the end of a rainbow? I suppose we've had the rainbow. Now we've got our pot of gold. Hurrah! Hurrah! Mine's a large one. I want to celebrate. Steph says, morning Stuart, sunshine. Yes, please. You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. Oh, I was going to burst into song then, but Donna says, good morning, everyone. Good morning, my darling. Karen's got in touch too to say, Stuart, I purchased a grey wildlife panel a while back. This early bird will look great with. I just want to remind you actually of our early bird. If you haven't already got it, it's amazing value. And thanks for that message, Karen. You've got a metre of cream, a metre of this mid-toned grey, and a metre of this beautiful leafy spring green. All of that for just $16.74. You're paying less than £6 per metre. $5.58 a metre, which is stonking value. And that will look fabulous with a monochrome panel. Love that idea, Karen. Love that idea. Right, let's go on. Let's do cool blues. Because we've had the pot of gold. Now this is making me think, hello, what about we go to the beach? Are you with me? Are you with me? Oh, this and this together, absolutely stunning. All right, so we've got our fabulous blue selection. And again, you've got some mottles, you've got some solids in there, and you've got a beautiful range of blues. Now, I think it was Picasso that said, if you run out of blues, use red, which I think is wacky and wonderful. And Kay Fassett, I know, says, you know, why use 5 blues when you can use 64, which, or something like that. I might be paraphrasing, but you get the gist. You know, successful colour use in quilts is often about using more rather than less. The more blues that you use in a quilt, the more variety of blues, the more life you put into your projects. Look at those. Isn't that delicious? Should be 23.14, but not today, not this morning, 1935. I love it. I love it. This is a real stash builder morning, isn't it? You know, if you've started a new hobby in January, new year, new hobby, which I love, or you're thinking, you know what, I'm going to start making bright quilts, I'm going to start making more modern quilts maybe, and you need to build up your stash a little bit, this is a great day to do it. Absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I don't know the proper names for these, so I've just been making them up, but that's always good fun. Little message about the sewing machine, I think from Julie. I treated myself to the Brother FS250 for my retirement. Oh, well, congratulations on your retirement, Julie. Fabulous. Love it. It's so easy for a beginner to use. That's a really important message, Julie, because I think often with computerized sewing machines, to the uninitiated, it can be a bit, okay, do I need to be really good at technical stuff here? The joy of the Brother FS250 is you can literally sit down, jump on, and just away you go. It's very intuitive, very easy. There's a quick start guide, there's a fantastic manual. But you know, basically, the buttons do what they say, the plus and minus, the up and down. It's really easy. Really easy to use. And for sewers with more experience, what's wonderful about the FS250 is if it's your occasional machine, maybe that you take to your workshops and that you're happy to take in the back of the car, you don't have to stop and think, oh gosh, how do I thread this? It's really easy. You know, you can just jump straight in. And today, you're making a great saving. It should be £799. On Brother's website is £799. Usually here on Sewing Street we do a cracking deal of £399, but today you're saving an extra 10%. You're only going to pay £359 today. See, there it is on the official Brother website, the FS250 FE. £799. Great deal, great sewing machine. It's a great sewing machine. But let's pay £359, shall we? Oh, yes. If I've got the choice, let's do that. Let's do that. Now, let's go back. I had another rainbow. It was hidden. This is 3.5 metres. 3.5 metres. This is a compact rainbow. Just as beautiful. Every bit as beautiful. This is really juicy. I mean, just check those colours out alone. Isn't that gorgeous? I'm going to tuck the pink in there. This is what we'd call an analogous colour scheme. So those colours that are next to each other on the colour wheel, and you can really sort of start anywhere and just go forwards or backwards and create a colour scheme that will work. This is that real sort of traditional rainbow, isn't it? Just glorious if you're making a quilt for Pride, if you're making a quilt to celebrate our wonderful NHS, if you just love the rainbow, if you just love having all that choice in your stash, why not grab this today? Are you kidding me? $22.74. Wow! Just pop that in the back of my car, would you? I'll take that. Beautiful. That is wonderful, isn't it? That's a great deal. $22.74. So what's our price per metre? $6.49 again. It's just a fantastic price. What a great day to buy. What a great day to buy. Bit of everything there. We don't have many of these available. Pretty limited stock. In fact, super limited stock on these. So I would grab these today. Those are just lovely. They'd also make a really gorgeous, again, spring, Easter. Put those together, make rainbow Easter egg table runner. That would be really cute. Really cute. I love that. Okay, more rainbow bundles. Can we do the reds, the rich reds? I love the reds. Oh, nearly sold out, so I'm going to show you really quickly. Okay, again, a mixture of solids and mottles. These are beautiful. I'm not sure whether that's, I think that's darker, isn't it? 6 of these bundles left. Look at that. Look at that. I do love kind of ruby red. Is that better? That's better. There we go. And that for me is a really good ombre. That is a really good ombre. So often with red packs, you end up with kind of pinks and so much white in there that it looks pink from a distance, but you truly have got all the reds. Now this would be most incredible for, imagine doing a applique roses, or yeah, can you imagine that for Valentine's? What about a romantic project for Valentine's? That would be rather nice. I bought a Valentine card yesterday. Do you know how much it cost for a Valentine card? £5. I mean, they say love has no price, but I mean, come on, a £5, come on. You know, no, it was worth every penny. It was worth every penny. I'm only kidding. But you know when you think, oh, that's a lovely card, and then you get to the till and you think, how much? What? But this is the deal, isn't it? £19 and 15 pence for all those beautiful reds. And as I say, you've got some solids, but you've also got gorgeous mottles, which just create that extra dimension. Beautiful quality. Beautiful soft cotton, really high thread count. There's 2 of these bundles left. I'm going to move on because that's going to sell out. Grab it though, won't you? Grab it. It's really beautiful, really nice. Now, last of all, we've done the roses, but now we need the leaves, the stems. We need all that those gorgeous greens. So my last rainbow bundle that I have is the greens. A mixture of solids and mottles. What I find really interesting when we do bundles like this is seeing the variation. We say green like it's one colour, but we know it's not. And that really proves it, doesn't it? Because you've got those beautiful blue greens, those jade greens. Then you've got that kind of deep forest, emerald. And then you've got those sort of more lime, citrusy greens. You've got the mossy. I mean, it's just beautiful. One of the things that I saw such a lot last year was gemstone quilts. You know, paper pieced, faceted. If you want a simple pattern, have a look in my book, Simple Shapes, Stunning Quilts. And there's actually a quilt in there called Jewel. £19.35 for 6.5 metres. That has got to be the deal of the day. Except we've got loads of those deals. You just got to pick your colour. 1935 for 6.5 metres. Not many of these left. This is your last chance. Check those out now because they will not last the hour. Grab those. Absolutely stunning. I love this. Proper stash builders. Now then, let's do some Hoffman. We've got some really beautiful batiks here. Really beautiful batiks. Now I'd like to start with the Warm Harvest because this appeals to me very. I love all of these, but this really appeals to me. This is Hoffman barley crackers. Barley crackers, and Hoffman, California have always been a huge name in barley batiks. These are proper, made in barley, traditional. I mean, these are like hand painted. They roll out the fabrics. They are hand painted. This isn't a machine process at all. They are so beautiful. Now what you've got here are 40 10-inch squares pre-cut, and you get this beautiful range. These are all kind of warm. It's a rainbow, but they're kind of warm antique-y colours. So rich. Look at that. If you love those kind of warm country colours, if you're in autumn like me, oh my goodness, this will be absolutely ringing all your bells right now. It's kind of smoky, rich, deep, mellow colours, aren't they? Every one of them. They're all intense, they're all saturated, but you couldn't describe any of these colours as a bright, do you know what I mean? But they're rich and saturated, but they're sort of dark and moody. And we all know that's what they used to call me in prison. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Not kidding. Ellen's going to touch to say, I'm looking for some fabric for to do a night sky on a table runner. Any ideas, please? Well, the blue bundle, gorgeous, but I'm also thinking it depends on the size, to be honest, Ellen, because these, let me just show you the blues on this. This is the Warm Harvest. Check out these blues. So you've got really deep and dark, intense night sky. You've got a 10-inch square of each of these colours. I'll just show you all of the blues that you're getting. They're so fine fabrics. They tend to sort of stick together. They're quite difficult to get apart. There we go, look. So you've got all that variation. So you'd have perhaps the lighter blues around the moon. But look, there's more blues here. So I think this would be rather good if these pieces, so 10-inch squares of each colour, would be enough. If not, if you want bigger pieces, I'd go for the blue bundle because you get 0.5 meters of 6 different blues there. And then even if you wanted to sort of bring a little bit of the greys in as well into that night sky, I think they could work extremely well. They are beautiful fabrics, and they're really, I mean, Hoffman batiks are sort of industry leaders in beautiful batiks. They're absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Love those. So that's the Hoffman Warm Harvest, but I've also got Ambrosia. Food of the gods, isn't it? Nectar and ambrosia. The food of the gods. This is, my producer said, isn't it a yoghurt? Isn't that custard? Tins of custard and rice pudding. You see, I had a classic education, what can I say? No, I think more ambrosia custard, I will be honest with you. I will be honest, I'm only playing. Yeah, but this is also the most beautiful pastel rainbow you'll ever see, I think. If you love your Tula pinks, if you love her unicorn poop solids, yeah, I'm not kidding, that's what they're called, unicorn poop. That's her range of solids. This is like the barley batik version of it, I think, because it's those beautiful saturated pastels but done in barley hand paint. Oh, I'm struggling here. This is when you need long nails, isn't it? Is it enough just to slide? Look at those turquoise teals, leaf greens. Whoa, kind of buttery, warm apricots. Look at these oranges. This would work really well, actually, with our rainbow solids, because you could blend the two together and you'd get so much lovely texture. Look at those lilacs and purples through to wisteria. I just think that is stunning. Again, you're getting 40 10-inch squares. You're getting one of each colour, so you're getting 40 different colours there, which is amazing value, especially when you want lots and lots of variety. If you're doing something like an applique quilt, maybe something like a Baltimore album quilt, where you need loads of different shades, loads of different variation of colour, you could spend an absolute fortune buying fat quarters, half-metre cuts to build up enough of a stash. A brilliant way of building up your stash is with these 10-inch stackers, because you get lots of fabric. A 10-inch square goes a long way, but you're getting it at a very, very affordable price when you compare it with the equivalent of buying fat quarters, half meters, things like that. It really is. It really is. You know? Steph says, you're working with heathens, it's time to do some teaching. I love that. I love that. Yeah, I'll educate them about ambrosia. Right, let's do some Kaif. Let's do some Kaif. All right, because Kaif does a rainbow really rather brilliantly. And this is a beautiful rainbow selection. We'll do the 10-inch stack first. So I've got 10-inch stack and I've got 2.5-inch strip roll. They are exactly the same fabrics in both. So really what you've got to do is kind of pick your pre-cut now. We've got details on screen for the 10-inch charm pack. You get 40 pieces. Yeah, I call it a stack, we call it a 10-inch charm, sometimes they're called layer cakes, but it's all good, it's all good. Let me just show you what we've got inside here. Just going to peel this back. The colours in here are incredible. I used this range of fabrics to create my rainbow heart quilt on air one day, and that looked just amazing in these. Check out some of these prints. Just going to slide that back a little bit so you can see a bit more. So you're getting 40 10-inch squares here, and some of them you get twos of. There's a lot of juicy colour in here, really incredible. So you can see we're starting off in those deep reds, vibrant pinks and purples. We're moving through into orange now. Keep up. Softer oranges, now those golden yellows. Beautiful. We're moving through that rainbow. Can you guess what's coming next? Getting more of those greens now. Here we go, here we go. Beautiful greens. Oh, that is yummy. Rich, juicy, so saturated. Blues now. So here's our rainbow, but this time done in fabulous floral, large scale prints. Of course, inevitably, we get to the purples, the lilacs. And again, deep, rich, juicy. Absolutely amazing colour palette there from Mr. Facet. Absolutely love those. And of course, they would work absolutely beautifully blended with our big rainbow bundle. That big rainbow bundle plus this equals one amazing, huge quilt. We've got a little price drop for you. $44.99. Thank you very much. We've got Rachel producing today. First time with Rachel. She's trigger happy with those price crashes. They keep coming. I think today's going to be a good day. Stay tuned. Who knows what's coming up? Rachel's just pressing random buttons. Yes, just drop the price, why not? So that's good, I like that, $44.99. Now we've also got same range of fabrics but done as a strip roll. So these are 2.5-inch strips, and again you get 40. So same fabrics but in 2.5-inch strips. Now Cave's fabrics work really well, although a lot of them are large scale. They do work really beautifully in 2.5-inch form. Let me show you what I mean. I'm going to keep these all nicely rolled up. Or should I'll show you a picture actually. Look at that. Hello, hello. That one will do for me, thanks. You see that rainbow though? I mean, that is delicious. For my rainbow hearts actually, this is the best option because they are 2.5-inch strips and that's what you need for the quilt. This combined with black solid, you could make that quilt. Let's go lower. Let's do it. Let's do it. $47.99 is the usual price. $44.99 today for K Facet. Now a message from, oh, you can read it out to me. I'll read it out. This is from Linda. Ooh. Oh, so Linda's got in touch to say that she's just gone for the K Facet. She's going to make a rag quilt. Here it is. Just ordered this, Stuart. Going to make a rag quilt with it. Love, love, love Cave, especially on a price drop. Thanks, Stuart and team. You're all fill in the gap. You're all... Linda actually said fabulous. Thank you, Linda. Thank you, Linda. I just thought I'd give everybody the opportunity to fill in the blank. That's quite a fun game. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Now, do you want something really affordable? A fabulous stash builder. I've got, this is ending 3.5. This is a fabulous blender design roll. You're going to like this. This is tonal design roll. Let me open this and show you. This is rather wonderful. $29.99 for this. You've got 40 2.5-inch strips here. And these are all in tonal, mottled marble-like. Work really well with solids as a blender. Really good with your more patterned fabrics where you just want to create a bit of a sense of space. So let me open these out and show you what we've got. So really lovely range of fabrics here. Again, 100% cotton. You get 2 of each colour. So there's a really, really nice range. I like the fact that we've got some nice natural colours here. I'm just going to lay them out here. Remember, you're getting 2 42-inch strips of each. So we've got a nice dark sort of bark brown. We've got that kind of forest green. We've got a nice subtle moss green. Yeah, nice sort of autumny colours there. I'm going to carry on that sort of autumny feel because I feel like this is a bit of a strip roll of 2 halves almost, because you've got your beautiful autumny colours there and your dark and moody. You've got some black mottle. You've got some grey. $29.99 is a brilliant price for this, but it's not the deal. Are you ready for this? Let's do it. Let's do it. $21.99. I like that. For 40 2.5-inch strips. So that's just a bit more than 50 pence a strip. That's amazing. That's a really good deal. You sure that's right? Gorgeous. Look at these. Again, we were talking about a night sky or a sea beach scene, you know. These blues, absolutely brilliant for that. Jelly roll quilt. If you've got patterns for strip roll quilts, if you've got my garden maze quilt pattern, this would work beautifully. These are gorgeous colours, aren't they? Really super. Now then, let's get some brights in there. We've got this beautiful bright orange. We've got hot pink. Do love a bit of hot pink. Love cerise, love magenta. Nice soft baby pink. We've got some lilac in there as well. We've got a soft grey. And we've got this beautiful leafy green. What a palette. What a beautiful palette for £21.99. That is gorgeous, isn't it? Absolutely fab. Absolutely fab. Jan's got in touch to say, good morning, Stuart, from a much brighter but still very windy Portland. Oh, yeah. It was, yesterday was just cold and wet, wasn't it? And grey all day. Brighter today, but still a bit, I'm all over it. I'm ready for the summer, thanks. I want to bypass spring and just go straight for summer. Thank you. Yeah. I want to be back in flip-flops or bare feet. I want to be back in my shorts. I'm going to be disappointed, aren't I? I'm going to have a long wait. But never mind. Never mind. It is what it is. I can always go in my sewing room and I can sew up something beautiful and colourful. That is a brilliant deal for your tonal strip roll. All right. Shall we do some Alison Glass? Love, love, love Alison Glass. Now then, can we do the one which is kind of yellows and turquoise teals first, please? Massive fan of Alison Glass. This is our citrus bundle. Check this out. Now you're getting 5 half-metre cuts. Yeah, 5 half-metre cuts, 2.5 metres in total. I think that is absolutely gorgeous. Oh, I want to answer a quick question. We've had a quick question from Donna who says, what does the back of the strip roll look like? Would it be good for confetti quilting? I'm going to show you. If you have a look here, this is the leaf green. So this is the back of it. So it's not white. Tonally, obviously it's lighter because it's been printed with that green, whereas I know Delphine likes batiks for confetti quilting because it's the same colour front and back. But let me just grab a couple of other different strips so you can see some of the others. So there's the pink. Yeah, not bad, not bad. Let's do the hot pink and just show you that. So there's the hot pink right side and the wrong side. So I think you could experiment with it. All right, hope that helps, Donna. Right, back to Alison Glass, one of my favourite modern quilt fabric designers. So let's have a look at these fabrics in a little bit more depth. They're all Alison Glass. That is stunning. That is absolutely stunning. It's giving me beach vibes. It's giving me California beach vibes, actually. That is rather yummy. Here's our second fabric. Oh, that's really fun, isn't it? Love that. Got those little kind of charms. This also would, of course, blend very well with Tula. A deep citrine. Lily pads. Little flowers. Love that. That's zingy. This great all over texture in aqua. And a yellow to finish. Oh, a lovely message from Trisha. Good morning, Stuart. My husband is still wearing his shorts. What? Trisha in sunny Warwickshire. Can't be that sunny, surely, Trisha. Do you have the heating on very high? Oh, gosh, I'm in long johns when I'm at home. No one needed to know that. Wow, wow. Well, I'm impressed. I am impressed. Keep the shorts on. I mean, a couple of years ago, I put my shorts on in March and I didn't take them off again until October. I obviously took them off for bathing. Just clarify that. Amazing fabrics, these. Absolutely gorgeous, aren't they? I love the motifs on this one. Little keys and horseshoes, strawberries. All sorts going on there. Fab. Right, next one. Let's do the one which is kind of autumny colours. That's a beautiful little palette there. Look at that. Really nice. Alison Glass does amazing tonals. Some of the most loved tonals. But when she does a floral, when she does a all over kind of multicolour fabric, she just blows my mind. I think that is exceptional. Absolutely exceptional. Really beautiful. Yeah, a bit 60s. It's all a bit psychedelic. I'm down with that. I love that. I think it's beautiful. £34.95 for 5.5 metres. Steph says, we used to have a postman who always wore shorts when delivering post, no matter what the weather. Very brave man. You see that quite a lot with posties actually, don't you? Wear their shorts, always got brown legs. Even if it's windburn. All right, this is a delicious colour. This is that burnt orange. Orange into rust. That's lush, isn't it? Really nice colour. You got the same print in more of a warm gold. This is giving me autumn leaf vibes. You've got that fun little quirky motif print in a kind of almost like an Aztec gold or an old gold. Little eye looking at you. Little symbols. Really fun. And then you've got that same print in a lovely warm sunny yellow. So again, you've got a bit of an ombre going on there. Really lovely. Make a nice bag, that would. And then my last bundle from Alison Glass are these. This is kind of floral. This is very spring. This is very Easter, I think. Let me show you these. So you've got that large scale floral, first of all, hot pinks, golden yellows, rich golds in there. And then kind of tangerine dream. Some lovely fresh spring green and a coral pink. And then this really fun fabric with those lily pads, but in that soft but bright pink. I think you could make a really lovely spring wall hanging in that. Great stash builders again though, aren't they? All of these fabrics, fabulous kind of tone on tones that you could use in so many projects. And then you've got a couple of more feature fabrics there that you can use as more of your focus. Your borders, your main piecing. So that's all of the bundles that I have. Sherbet. Is that not sherbet? I think that's sherbet. That's sherbet. That's sherbet. And then we had one which was golds and autumny colours. What was that one called? That's all of them. That's all of them. That's all of them. Now then, these are our neutrals. Yeah. Right, to finish off, we've got some real good basic neutral colours, which for all the beautiful colour, these are probably the fabrics and the colours that I use most of, and you probably do the same. Let's start with basic black. You can't go wrong. This is ending 49. You can't go wrong. These are £3.79. Brilliant price, £3.79 per half metre. Cut to order. So if you want 5 metres, order 10 units. £3.79 per half metre. £3.79 per half metre for that solid black. Use so much of this. I mean, it just looks amazing with brights. Look, there's a bit of that. Look at that. Look how that pops. Look how that glows. If you want to make your colours glow, put them with black. Absolutely amazing. So I love that black, and I use black a lot in my quilts. Now another colour which is really super with those sort of modern brights is this next one, this soft grey. This is ending 07. So instantly makes kind of those modern prints look lovely, and well, really accentuates the modernity of those colours. So works really, really nicely with a bit of Alison Glass. So use the grey as your neutral. So perhaps if you've gone for that half-metre bundle of Alison glass, mix it in then, get yourself perhaps a couple of metres, 2.5 metres of the light grey, which is on screen right now, and then you'll make an absolutely beautiful quilt that has a lovely modern look. And it just works really well, this soft grey, with modern brights. Really nice. So that's £3.79 again per half metre. Now we'll go to the other end of the scale and start with white. So this is ending at 10. Yep. So this is a lovely crisp white. Can't go wrong with that. It's also a favourite choice for things like bag linings as well, because it's nice and bright and light. You'll always see what's in your bag. Can't have enough white in your stash. Such a useful colour. But equally, this fabulous cream, this is ending 2-1. So I think, is this ecru or cream? Ivory, neither of them, thank you. Ivory. So if you want a nice bright light background but you don't want to go as bright as white, this is the one, ivory. Looks gorgeous and still works really nicely with brights, but will equally work very, very nicely with those more sort of soft colours. All right, we've also got some seeded natural, we've got tan, we've got creams as well. Have a look on the website for those. We'll run them through during the break. We're going to take a couple of minutes out. When we come back, Clare will be here with the first of 2 shows. I'll see you after this.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hi everybody, welcome back to Sewing Street. I'm Stuart and this is Janet Clare.
Hello everyone, it's so nice to see you.
Oh, it's wonderful to see you. It's been ages.
It has, I missed you. I've got your Christmas present.
Oh, is that for me? Oh, thank you.
Don't get too excited now.
Janet.
Happy Christmas.
I am excited, thank you so much. Oh, you, look at this. This will make you laugh. Look, it's a celebration of soup by Lindsay Barham.
Bit of an in-joke. I hope people are watching who remember. They will remember. But look how joyous it is.
That is incredible. That really is a celebration of soup. Janet, you're an absolute dream. Thank you so much for that.
You're very welcome. It can go straight back to the charity shop, Stuart. Don't worry.
It. Janet doesn't get soup, apparently.
But
I'm going to turn her. I'm going to make her love soup. I won't need you to make you love these projects. You're going to love these projects from Janet. We've got two amazing projects in this hour. We're going to start off with the quilt that's hanging behind Janet, and it's called Great Gulls. Janet, this is stunning.
Thank you. We were just saying that sometimes you just want something really simple and classic and elegant, and you're not going to get tired of it. And I've kept these are layer cake squares, and they're full size. So
Perfect.
It's really simple to keep together,
Right.
and you can really see the prints that are on there.
Yeah, you can.
And then a bit of a plique, and there's zero waste.
I love that.
All of the
I
layer
love
cake.
that. And I love how you've drawn out the lighter fabrics for the border.
Yes.
Super simple piecing.
Super simple piecing. I mean, total beginner could do that.
Good.
And then this has been one of my best sets. People just absolutely love it. I think it's so clean and graphic almost,
Yes.
isn't it? And you can take it on the beach with you, throw it in the washing machine. Really, really useful size.
I love it. I've said this about you before, Janet. You managed to achieve that sort of holy grail of beginner level project, which is absolutely beginner level, but looks $1,000,000. It looks so much more
Than I just elevated it.
Yeah.
I think what it is, you have to be really confident in that really striking simplicity.
Yeah.
I'm thinking if you're confident with that, it's
Yeah.
not supposed to be fiddly. It's
gorgeous.
It is supposed to look like that. So yes, we've got the kit. This is in slightly different fabric. I put this one up because it's the right tones.
Yeah.
But you've got slightly different fabric. You've got my brand new fabric.
We love brand new.
Brand
We
new
love brand
fabric.
new. Let me show you the kit that you're going to get. Details are coming up on screen. So first of all, Janet always puts her kits in these beautiful calico bags. Sustainable, beautiful, just iconic. Love that. And then within there, you've got your pattern first and foremost for Great Girls by Clare. 57 inches square. The price is incredible. Let me say that, £70, you're making a 57 by 57 inch square quilt featuring all these beautiful fabrics and this, what do you call a group of gulls? I wanted to call it a gully of gulls, but it's really not.
Is it a flock? No.
A flock of gulls? Flock of seagulls?
Seagulls don't exist, do they?
It is a flock.
Is it a flock? Is it? It's a flock. Well, there you go.
Slightly underwhelmed with that.
Flock of gulls. So you've got no waste.
No waste at all. Look,
no waste at all.
here's your Moda layer cake. Remember, Janet is a designer for Moda, and we know how prestigious that is, right? They have the best designers.
Thank you.
And it's 12 years now you've been doing that?
12 years in, so it's 12 years in August, and I do 2 collections a year. And it is a real pinch me moment when Moda say yes. It is definitely a dream come true.
Wow.
But
I
they
just think these are
do
stunning.
take my drawings and they really honour them. And I think they do look like my drawings. They've got a hand drawn feel to them. So, and a nice range of really rich indigos.
Love these.
The little fish.
Beautiful.
So I say you're going to use the entire layer cake.
I really love these warm sand tones.
Yes, they really lift it, don't they?
Oh, and they're so classy. I mean, that sort of beachy, coastal, sort of Cornwall. I know there's other lovely, gorgeous places, but do you know what I mean? It's sort of,
it's quite rustic and classic, and it's not the coast in the hot sunshine. It's very much the muted colours that we usually get, let's face it. Rich blues, and none of my, the plains, they're not solid. They've got a little watercolour wash to them as well.
They're absolutely stunning. So those are those gorgeous fabrics you're going to use for your border, your backgrounds, and your gulls as well.
Yes.
Just gorgeous. And then you've got some binding fabric.
Binding fabric. So you can always make that's the cable, the rope. And so that you can make the whole top. You've got enough to make the whole top. You just need to add the wadding and whatever choice of background fabric you
perfect.
want.
You get your binding. You even, check this out, this is the extra mile. You get your Bonder web. Isn't that fab? Well, it's not a small thing actually. I mean, it's probably, I don't know, a $5's worth, isn't it?
Yeah, you get
But I mean, the fact that you get that just saves us the job of having to buy it as an extra.
Yes. And then if you're buying that as a gift or you're buying it for a weekend away, you just grab the bag and you're good to go. You just need some thread in your sewing machine and you are off.
That sounds like a weekend retreat.
I really like the, how nice would that be?
Yeah.
Really low pressure as well, you'd get it done.
Yeah, you'd get the whole top made in a weekend.
You'd get it done easily.
As long as you don't drink too much Prosecco.
Not too much.
Yeah.
Not too much. But you've got really very little rotary cutting to do. So you could get your rotary cutting done over coffee and then you can just be happy the rest of the time.
Happy.
Happy,
merry the rest of the day.
Yes.
I love it.
Have we got
you
a
got that from Janet Clare. Janet's given you permission. Enjoy yourselves. That's for £70. I think that's amazing. That's a brilliant deal. A beautiful, beautiful quilt. Simple, relaxing, enjoyable to make. a thing of beauty, a great wall hanging, beautiful thrown across the back of a sofa. You said maybe a picnic quilt.
Picnic quilt. The quilts are supposed to be used. They're cotton fabric.
They are.
You can throw them in the washing machine.
Yeah.
30 degrees, hand wash them. They are supposed to be used. They get better with age.
Yeah, it's true.
And really, you just want them to become part of your life, don't they? I mean, how nice would it be bringing that out on the beach?
I agree.
mean, it'd be so satisfying.
I agree, absolutely. Just beautiful. Carol's got in touch to say, I'm currently working on the Spoon Drift quilt by Janet Clare. Same fabrics and beautiful.
Thank you. Now that is a meaty project.
Yeah.
You've got lots of skills in there, so good luck, keep going.
That's a great one.
There's a really
But all of
good
your
one.
quilts are gorgeous, whether they're really simple and lovely mindful projects, I think. When it's simple, you can relax it, you can enjoy the process. You can just mull, can't you?
Just mull. I just want something simple. I've had a day,
Yep.
and I just want to sit down and I want to make progress. And you can literally most of the layer cake doesn't even need cutting.
No, it's absolutely
You
brilliant.
just sew it together. You're playing with the colours. You're playing with the patterns,
Yeah.
and just enjoying that immersive.
Yeah.
Relaxing. It's just an unloading, isn't
It
it?
is,
You just
it
sit
is.
down at your machine and
Yeah, exactly. You know those projects when you don't have the headspace
Yes.
for complex cutting or complex processes, but you still want to create something that's really beautiful. Or maybe you want to make a quick gift for somebody,
gift.
and so this is perfect too. Now, if you would like to get the pattern on its own, we have the pattern on its own too. Great Girls by Janet Clare. Take a layer cake and piece this top. It's a gorgeous coastal quilt. It's absolutely beautiful. Now you get full instructions. Oh, wasn't expecting that. Look at that's lovely. So you can set out all of your instructions.
yeah.
Everything's double side. Oh, look at how
There's
different.
lots and lots of images. So I've got a couple. I have made 3 versions of
Show
this
me,
quilt.
show me.
So this is one in an earlier fabric line that I did. Maybe
Oh.
upside down. It doesn't matter. But you can see it works. It always works.
That's gorgeous.
Thank you. So I forget what this line was called now.
Oh, it's like having lots of children. You're bound to forget their
Oh
names
yes,
sometimes.
just always, always. But as I say, there's no waste, and I really like that as a challenge as a designer. If you're asking someone to buy a pre-cut,
Yeah.
how efficient can you be with
Agreed.
that pre-cut?
Agreed. And if you've got previous Janet Clare layer cakes or fat quarters, yardage, you could get the pattern, make this quilt, couldn't you?
Absolutely, and drop in other bits. You could make it bigger.
Yep.
I mean, there's really no difficulty to it at all.
I love that. So change the design, mix it up a little
Change the design,
bit.
mix it up, do what you like. Make
Did you
it
say you have
yours.
another version?
I've left it in my suitcase.
Oh, no worries. The suitcase.
I've left it in
it's
my
cavernous,
nice
folks. It's
suitcase.
cavernous.
Everything
You also
goes in
get a
the
full-size template, of course, for the seagull as well. Message from Penelope, who's in Hampshire. Morning all. Janet Clare patterns are easy to follow and easy to make. I made a similar quilt, but with 2.5-inch pre-cuts. Looks amazing.
Nice. They would be. You'd get much more pattern in them.
Yeah.
You would.
Yeah.
You need a lot more though. The 2.5.
Yeah.
If you did the like the 5-inch squares, you would end up with some 4 patches. They would be
That
fun
would be
as
cute.
well, wouldn't it?
Could you scale the pattern down?
You could.
Reduce the pattern
could.
down?
You
Do
could.
a mini? I
Yeah.
like a mini too.
You could make a mini. You
I
could.
would say with the offcuts, but there aren't any.
There's none. There's no waste.
None.
There is
None at all.
absolutely none. And you've got very little cutting. So
I like
don't think, oh, I haven't got any extra and I'm going to make a mistake and I'm going to be stuck. You really got very few cuts to make.
Right. You're going to talk us through the process, but when you're actually setting these out, is it just a case of spread them out on the floor?
Just play.
Just play.
And we did a lot on the computer as well. Once I've got it worked out, I have
Yeah.
to do it properly, physically first.
Yeah.
Like, I can't think on the computer.
No, I can't. I like to physically do.
Physically move things around. And
Yeah.
Tony, who can think on the computer, is also, it's much quicker just to do it, but I can't see it.
No, you see, that's why he's
Can't
the chief
see
of
it.
everything.
That's why he's chief of everything.
There
but
you
not
go.
Sewing.
$9.99. That's amazing value too. Really amazing value. Lots of opportunities as well in this for quilting, for adding your own mark. I think that's really beautiful, really beautiful. And isn't it a clever use of a layer cake? Stunning. Now we've got another project from Janet on the show which appeals to the bag maker in me. It is the project bag. Now this is giving me Mary Poppins.
I know.
I love this. I love this. Absolutely gorgeous. I love a clacky handle.
I love a little there's something really nice. It takes you back to like playing with your mum's handbag or something.
Oh, it really does. It really does. So this is the bag. You've got that sort of split up the side so you can really get easy access. We're going to start with the Astra kit, which is right here. So these fabrics are similar on this sample, aren't they? I'll show you the actual fabrics in a sec. But isn't that stunning? Flying geese. Ish.
They've got blunt noses.
They do.
They've got blunt noses.
like
Again,
that.
No waist. And getting as much out of the pre-cut as I could.
Yeah, I like that. Nice and roomy too.
Fully lined. You can get a lot in there for a project bag. They're really, really nice. And there's something very tactile and satisfying about them.
They are. They're lovely. They're traditional, but they've also got that sort of lovely modern edge with Janet's fabrics, haven't they? Let me show you the fabrics you get in that bundle. So, of course, you get your pattern. Oh, wait a minute. Astra. There we go. Astra. Now tell me about Astra.
Astra is about the night sky, and I was designing it in one of our first lockdowns. We were both, weren't we, throwing bleach and dye around in various gardens.
Angrily.
It was very satisfying. So it's all about the night sky. So there's stars and satellites and constellations in there. Really rich indigo and lovely blues, and I got there's little burnt orange notes.
You see it right here,
and they are what happens to indigo ink when you put bleach on it.
That's
how I got
so
that colour.
cool. I love that.
Colour. So the thing is that when you're playing in lockdown, we had so much more time because we weren't actually travelling anywhere.
No, it's true.
And we had more freedom to play. I think we were looking for moments of play and trying to of forget everything.
For sure, yeah.
So we did a lot of playing and experimenting.
I think for those of us who were sort of, in the end, I think fortunate enough to have to stay at home.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
We found ways to use that time, and it reminded us how important sort of play and exploring, and I think so often as crafters, we get so focused on the finished product that we stop playing.
Yeah.
And, you know, just remember that we do this hobby. It's not about the finished product.
No.
Although it kind of is, but you've got to enjoy the journey.
I think you're quilting as a verb.
Yeah.
And the quilt is almost a happy accident.
Yeah, it's a happy byproduct.
So we were talking about knitting, weren't we?
We
and
were.
I always knit in the evening. And I'm knitting a grey cardigan. Well, I've got a grey cardigan. I'm knitting because I'm knitting.
Yeah.
You know, I want to physically knit.
Yeah, you love the feel in your hands and the process.
Or there's a new cast on that I want to learn, or an interesting rib, or there's some construction that I like. If I wanted a grey cardi, I'd just go to the shop.
You could just do that, couldn't you? You could just do that.
The verb, it's about actively immersing yourself in it.
I love that.
And actually the fabric is, you know, you don't think about going, you know, if you went out for a meal, you don't think, well, that I've got nothing to show for those 2 hours in the evening. You've had that experience.
Yes.
And I think people get a bit precious with their fabric, and I do as well. I've got some vintage fabric that I've sort of been a bit terrified to use, but actually it's the playing and the sewing with it that's why you've got it,
Totally
not to
agree.
have it finished in something.
Or to just have the fabric forever.
Or just to have the fabric
just to enjoy
forever.
it. So you've got your charm pack, you've got your calico.
Yes, you've got for your so
Gorgeous.
it's fully
That's
lined.
your lining, yep.
And then you've got your bag handles.
And you've got your bag handles. Now this is so important because, I mean, for me, and I design bags of course as well, and if I use a handle, everybody wants the handle. And so often, I just found it somewhere.
I know.
It's in my stash. You can't reproduce it.
Yeah.
You can reproduce the bag with these handles, they're in your kit for £29.99. I think that's fab. Plus, of course, your pattern, which you can make again and again and again, all for £29.99. So that's our Astra option. Now we've also got to the sea version, which are similar to these fabrics. This is a different sort of sea themed range from Janet, but I'll show you the actual fabrics in a sec. But it's going to give you this look. So it's those lovely, warm, rich sand tones, the creams and ivories, and those beautiful, soft, sort of grey blues,
Really
aren't they?
grey blues, really rich.
Slaty.
They all come from my indigo ink. So it's that sort of tonal effect that you get when you dilute it down. I just do all the drawings, you see.
Because you always bring your sketchbook with you, don't you?
I have got a sketchbook for you for the next hour.
Awesome. Because the thing is, what I know a lot of you know about Janet, but lots of you may not know, your background, you went to college, you did the whole thing.
I did.
What did you study at college?
I studied textiles at Winchester, and you do so you do your A levels, then you do a 1-year foundation course where you do photography and pottery and printmaking and fine art and everything, and then in that year they sort of steer you into what they think your art is. And they told me I was a textile designer, and I thought, I'm not.
Just told you. Janet, Clare?
Your textiles.
Do it.
And it was the way they analysed my sketchbooks and the things that I was interested in. So anyway, then went on and did a degree. And the first year you do knitting, printing and weaving.
Ooh.
Weaving's very, very mathematical. And I wasn't so keen on the printmaking for some reason. And then I knit. So I've actually got a degree in knitting.
I love that. Sign me up.
Yes, a degree in knitting.
That is glorious. All right, so in this kit, you're getting the To the Sea charm pack. Again, 42 beautiful squares of fabric. You're getting your calico for the lining. You get your bag handles. Love that sort of amber colour. And then you get your pattern as well to make your own project bag, £29.99. Catherine's got in touch to say, morning both, I managed the On the Wing quilt and with the leftovers made some matching cushion covers. Thank you for your encouragement. That's Catherine, who's in South Yorkshire.
Fabulous.
It's really nice to hear.
I do love hearing that people are actually using it, and I've
Yeah.
inspired them, and we all know how good it is for us to sit and have a passionate hobby.
It really is. It really is. And you are very inspiring. We love it. Last of all, if you want the project bag pattern on its own, we've got that too. So you can grab that. We'll put the details up on screen. It's £9.99. And you get the full instructions, great pattern there to make Janet's project bag. And that is a project you're going to make again and again and again. Diana says, morning Stuart and team, what a great start to my day. Stuart and Janet, the best. I've made this skull quilt. It's absolutely beautiful.
Good.
I love that.
Thank you so much.
Now, make me a quilt.
Make you a quilt. Well, I'm going to just talk you through the applique stage and how you use your layer cake. Now, most of the layer cake is whole squares. You've got to choose your fabric for your borders, and then they have got a square cornerstone. So one of your layer cake squares will be cut into 4 for your corners, and these are cut in half. And that's
Easy peasy.
easy peasy. So do that when you've got your layer cake, separate it all out. There are photographs in the pattern. You can copy my layout exactly, or you can just go and do your own thing.
Just need to let you know at home, more than 50% of this quilt kit has now gone, checked out. It's winging its way, literally. See what I did there?
Winging its way.
To you. But if you've got your eyes on this fabulous quilt kit, remember it's 57 inches square. And you're paying £70. I think that's bonkers, but
Thank you.
Go for it. With the pattern, with the bundle web, it's just beautiful. You will need to be quick because this is going to sell out for sure.
Wonderful. Okay, so all I've done is I have very quickly sewn 2 of the squares together, and I like to press my seams open. And I know that is not traditional, but my long armour thanks me for it. And if you're going to quilt it yourself, if you've got those seams open, everything is just flatter and easier, I think.
Good tip. I like that.
There you
I'm
go.
pressing a lot of my seams open these days.
I think it's catching on.
Yeah, it gets rid of that sort of, oh, these aren't going
Do a
in
twist,
opposite directions
do
now.
a snip, are they
Yeah.
opposite directions? And everything to the dark side, it gets very, very bulky.
Yeah.
I mean, with something as simple as this, whatever happens to the seams, particularly if you're a beginner,
Yeah.
don't worry, just
No,
let them,
just
just don't worry
enjoy.
about it. What you do, which I see when I am teaching beginners, is often they will have the nicer side, the easier side, looking at them when they're sewing. But what you actually want to do is you want those tricky seams, you want to be able to see them.
Yes, yes.
So if you've got, say for example, you were attaching this to a solid rectangle of cloth, then you might have that piece there and it would be hiding that seam and you can't see what's happening underneath.
Right.
I would have it arranged so that that seam was uppermost and then you can keep an eye on it. All these things you just pick up when you've made the mistake often enough, aren't
Yeah.
they? You just think, oh, here we go.
Yeah.
So very, very simple piecing, don't worry about that. And then you have your goal template for the applique, and applique just means to apply, and I like to use Bondweb because it's double-sided sticky tape for fabric.
Great.
It's so simple. You're going to trace your gull out and then you're going to iron it onto your fabric. So you have, first of all, you iron, let me see, we've got a new camera angle, haven't we?
We do.
There we go, look,
There
we're
it is.
catching on.
There we go.
I've got to put things in the right place. It's not there. They know where the camera is. I don't know where the camera is. So all I've done is I've traced the gull out onto some Bondweb, onto the paper side, and then you cut that out really roughly with a little seam allowance. Now don't measure your seam allowance, it doesn't matter. Just a little rough thing. And then what you're going to do when that is firmly ironed on to the reverse of your fabric, so it will look like that when it's finished, then you cut on your drawn line. Very, very simple. I've got started there. You're just going to cut it on the drawn line. These are really big, easy shapes, so don't worry about it, but you move the thing and not the scissors.
Okay.
That's another little tip. So you're going to do that, and I think you've got 7 gulls. Now then, for piecing the gulls, there's a little tip. One of the gulls will need to be seamed.
Okay.
It's got a seam in it. And it would be best if you chose, well, you may not think it's best, but if you want it to be matching, you want to isolate the pair of fabrics that you've got, the matching pair. And this matching pair in this particular layer cake is this. This is the Morse code.
I love
Sample.
that print.
Thank
I
you.
love
It's
that
literally the
print.
first line is A, then it's B, then it's C. So if you want to have your gulls all matching, then you need to sew those 2 layer cakes together first of all, and then you can actually get 3 gulls out of 2 layer cake squares.
Oh, cool.
So you can be even thriftier than I have been, because I have actually just got 1 gull out of 1 of those prints. But if you want the gulls to be the same fabric, then you're going to have to find matching pairs.
Right.
So what I've done, I've just had one seamed gull, and I've just allowed for a tiny, tiny little bit of wastage. Or I have also made a multicoloured gull who could actually
cute.
look quite fun.
Yeah.
So when I said there was no waste, there's no practical squares wasted, rectangles wasted. You've got tiny little odd shapes like this, which if you're crazy quilting or doing little bits of applique, you totally can. But I think that piece gull could work. So you've got leeway. If you're a beginner, don't worry, it will all work out just fine. Okay, so pieced gulls. Then you are going to cut them out on their drawn line, and then you've got to iron them onto your background fabric.
Okay.
Super simple. And I'm going to show you how to do some free motion, which is my favourite.
Fab.
So what we've got to do is we've got to take the Bondweb off the back of this fabric now. It's got like a papery film. And what you'll want to do is peel from the outside edge in, and what that happens is that can start fraying the fabric, which is not what you want. So it's best to fold it over your finger and just score it. And then you can peel away from the inside and just protect those edges, because it is raw edge. And people always say, oh, you know, does it fall apart? Does it fray? Does it lift? And actually, I've had quilts and they've been washed lots of times and nothing has happened to them. And also, if it does start lifting, then you just do a little bend.
Yeah.
You just mend it.
Yeah. But you're going to sew around the edges
anyway,
anyway, aren't you?
You're going to sew around the edges anyway. And you can, if you think, right, I know that's going to be on the beach, it's going to be on the beach and in the washing machine a lot, then maybe do like a satin stitch around it or a blanket stitch. I'm going to do free motion, which is my favourite.
And that's your thing as well, isn't it? That's what you're known for, and lots of Janet's quilts feature that.
Yeah, I just love it. So you're going to see where you put the girl, it doesn't matter. And then you're just going to press it in place.
75% now of the quilt kits have gone.
Thank you, everyone. I'm going to imagine you all going on your summer holidays with your Great Girls kit. Wouldn't it be fun if I saw some on the beach?
Yeah,
that would be really good.
You could be sitting on the beach, I don't know, maybe Clacton or maybe Bridlington, enjoying an ice cream or a polystyrene box of chips. That would be me.
Chips, chips, definitely.
Oh, gorgeous. With that sort of really thin vinegary ketchup that they have in the over the. Gorgeous.
Unless we remember to bring our own.
Can somebody send out? I really want them now. But anyway, and then next thing you know, Clare could be tapping you on the shoulder saying, "Is that Great Girls?
Is that Great Girls?"
I love it.
How
75% of the kit's now gone. So if you want the last few, and it's a handful, you will need to be really, really quick, please. So once you've fused it down, Janet, what's the next step?
From there, you can do whatever you like. So it would need to be sewn down in some way. You could do free motion, bondweb, you could do hand embroidery, even if you really wanted to.
That'd be nice.
I'm going to do free motion, which is my favourite. And we've got a good camera angle now for if I've got my machine in the right place.
Amazing.
It's exciting. Okay, so free motion. People are quite terrified of free motion, aren't they?
Yeah, a lot of people are.
Yeah. You need the feed dogs down. And the feed dogs are those little teeth. And what they do is they normally help you move the fabric back. And once they are underneath that little plate, it means that the fabric does not move at all. It stays exactly where it is. And all the machine can do is lift the needle in and out of the fabric, okay? So all you have to do is move the fabric. And that is the simplicity of it and the difficulty of it. All you've got to do is move the fabric. Now the darning feet, this is just the one that I've got here on this machine. They are usually circular or horseshoe shaped, and they've often got a little spring on them, and that allows you to have a bit of give and motion that actually physically move the fabric. Okay, now it is a quilting stitch, so if you're going to practice first and have a play, the other mistake I see a lot of beginners making, and it leads to so much frustration, is that they only put one layer of fabric underneath the machine, and the machine is not going to cope with that. It needs a depth. It's a quilting stitch. So if you're practicing, do another layer of fabric or a little piece of leftover wadding, okay? But in your quilt top, your bond web acts as a stabilizer, so you will be fine free motioning on your quilt top once you've got the bond web in place.
So we don't need to layer this up with batting and backing at this stage?
No, I wouldn't. No.
Could we? Or no, you wouldn't?
You could if you loved your machine quilting.
Yeah.
It would actually be, or you had a long armour, it would be really efficient to do that, wouldn't it? Because you can just do an all over or isolate the gulls as it were. But for us, you're really going to need to just do the on the single layer of fabric, but the bonder web will help you.
Now, can I just let you know, I want to do a final call on this quilt kit. This is going to sell out. We've got 17 kits. No, we haven't. We've got 15. We've got 15 quilt kits left. Now we've got 13. We've got 30.
Thank
You're going to
you,
need to be
everyone.
quick.
Oh, so exciting.
Literally, they're just checking out now, one after another.
They're imagining.
Yep.
They're imagining bumping into us on the
There
beach.
you go, with your chips.
Okay, so I have actually got a polyester thread. And I like a polyester thread for, let's be honest, I use it for everything.
Yeah, me
but
too.
I've got polyester thread, and it's particularly good for free motion because it's got a bit of elasticity to it. It's sort of quite forgiving for free motion, I think. It's completely colour fast. It's going to cause you no trouble whatsoever. Right, now then, all you've got to do is relax, almost impossible, and think about guiding that fabric. So you're not going to push it down hard, you're not going to stretch or have any tension, you are just going to guide it round with your fingertips. And I always start writing my name. As you can see, I've got it set up in the green room. You are ready to go, and there's no drama, just have it running and just try and move the cloth in the shape of your letters or what you want to draw. So if you're drawing with the pen and paper, you move the pen, and if you're drawing with the sewing machine, you move the paper, which is the fabric, and you can just guide it round. It's a little bit of practice with everything, but as you can see, you can put those stitches anywhere you like.
Oh, look at that. It's so clever.
That
You make it look really easy.
Thank you. It is my day job. And I love this camera angle. I love this camera angle. It's so good. So you can do anything you like. So you can draw little houses. Just guide it round. Always have a little practice beforehand. What you want to do is make sure that your tension's okay. Don't get too hung up out on it. Don't worry about your stitch length. You are drawing and adding life and character to what you're sewing. You know, it's not perfect outline.
No, well, that's what's lovely about doing an organic shape like a seagull. The line can wobble. It doesn't. It can go over the edges, can't it?
It's just flying. The wind's just ruffling his feathers.
There you go.
He's fine. Don't worry about anything.
There are now eight kits left.
Wonderful.
That's it. That's it. That's all our stock. 8 kits left, and then it's gone.
There you go. Right. Shall I? Let's do one more doodle and then I'll do
Yes,
the goal.
please.
Let's do a little face. I always love drawing little faces with the sewing machine. Shall I do you? No offence meant, Stuart. If you see what it looks like,
is it
you
gonna
think,
be
oh,
me?
that's just
Oh,
charming.
lovely. I'll read a message while you do my face. What stitch length do you set the machine for? Free motion, please. Dawn from the Wirral.
Right. Now that depends on what machine you've got, which is not helpful. I have some machines where it doesn't matter what the stitch length is set to because you are forming the stitch.
Yes.
And then I have machines where the stitch length has to be set to 0, just so its internal workings know that I don't know, something. It seems to need to know. So if you're look in your book, and if it's not clear and you're having any troubles, then put that stitch length to 0 and that will probably help.
Yeah.
The other thing with the tension is sometimes it's the needle tension that's a bit tight, so the lowering that might help. But only change one thing at a time. Tony goes mad, he's got a physics degree, he goes nuts if I change. I'll go, I've got a problem, and he'll go, what did you change? This, and then I did that, and then I fiddled with that.
Oh, God. Yeah, no good. One thing at a time.
One thing at a time.
Jennifer is in Warwickshire. I really struggle to move the fabric smoothly when doing free motion. Any tips?
Well, you can put a piece of fabric behind it. You can buy like a gliding sort of film. Have you seen
almost like a
those with the whole
Teflon sheet.
Teflon sheet.
Right.
I think what you're probably doing is trying to hold the fabric in place. I see that a lot as well because you're so used to the machine quilting, people actually holding and putting tension on things.
Yeah.
And what you really need to do is you're just guiding it on your fingertips because as you can see, it's not going to move anywhere. It's not going to go anywhere.
I never wear quilting gloves when I'm
neither do
quilting.
I.
However, I do recommend them if you're struggling with moving the fabric because some people just have either very, very dry skin on their hands, so their hands tend to slip and slide, or as you said, they put too much grip,
pressure,
or maybe if you've got like, you know, sort of, you have pain and lack of mobility in your fingers too. I think the gloves can be a real boon. I don't use them personally, but I do think they're great.
I have seen people do them.
So maybe try those as well.
And I think that the sheet is a bit slippy. The other thing I've got is like a horseshoe shape, and it's sort of got something that sort of sticks on the bottom, some kind of foamy thing, and you actually hold them. They've got places for your thumbs, and I think they're probably useful for a lot of quilting, but I'm just doing little bits here and there, and I don't find it probably useful.
There's tools out there, aren't there? It's about sort of trying them and seeing what works for you.
Absolutely.
I always think being at a show is a great time to try out all these different things.
Yeah.
A good question from Julie, who's in Hampshire. He said Hampshire then.
Hampshire.
I get eyelashes on the back of my quilt. Why? Why do I
Why?
get
That's
eyelashes?
tension.
It's
If it's
tension.
on the back, it will be the bobbin, won't it?
Yeah, either bobbin tension too tight, top tension too loose.
Too loose.
I'm going to say something really controversial now, Janet, which is that often when I free motion quilt, I do not drop my feed dogs. I leave my feed dogs up. I do set my stitch length to 0, but actually I find that moving of the feed dogs, it doesn't interfere with the quilting process, but I find you do get a reduction in those eyelashes if you get them.
There you go.
Sometimes it's just about the machine.
Just know your machine.
Sometimes it's just the machine.
Yes, and a lot of times you think you've tried something, you've like given it an hour or something, and you've got in a big sort of fluster about it, and your machine's beeping at you, and you've maybe broken a needle or something, and then you just put it away. You have to sort of just keep coming back to it all the time and just relaxing into it.
Four kits left.
Oh my goodness!
4 kits
right,
left.
I better get
Stitch
this girl done.
Claire, stitch.
Stitch. Right, this
stitch
is
like your life depends on it.
This is you, Stuart. I mean, look at this. I mean,
it?
it's uncanny.
Is it? Oh, it's like looking in a mirror.
uncanny.
Actually, that is like looking in a mirror. Hello. Come on. Look.
Hold on, we're in the way.
Hang on.
Hold on.
We are in the way.
We get in the way.
Oh, we're gonna.
And they're getting shouted at. There you go. It's uncanny. It's actually.
I look a bit miserable, but
That's what it was like at 7 o'clock this morning.
It's definitely got. It's got the sense of me, Janet.
Well, it's a person.
You've captured the essence.
It's a person with a nose and some glasses.
Stephanie's got in touch. Morning, Stuart and Janet.
Morning,
love the girl
lovelies.
quilt. What's not to love, eh? Thank goodness for the new camera angle too. Can actually see now. Steph, it is good,
It is
isn't
nice
it?
with the sewing. We've got to learn where it actually
We do.
is, haven't we?
We do.
There you go. So I'm just going to do the girl now, and it's going to be really, really simple. And I've got a dark thread in, and it doesn't matter. And you're just going to go round, guide it round. You could probably do this straight stitch because the gull is so big. You could probably do it straight stitch.
Yeah, you could, couldn't you? Janet, while you stitch, can I
Yes.
just ask this question?
Absolutely.
Answer it if you wish, or I can answer it. It's entirely up to you, whatever you want to do. Chris asks, you've said bring the bobbin thread up in the past when you start a line of stitching like this. Yeah. How do you do it? How do you bring the bobbin thread up?
I don't.
Okay, you don't? I do.
Don't.
Yeah?
Yes. Go on
So-
then. You tell them how you do it.
Okay, if you've got a needle up, needle down button, easy peasy. So what you do is put your fabric under your darning foot, drop the darning foot down, and then use the needle down button, push the needle into the down position. I find it helpful to hold the top thread actually while you do that. So you want about maybe 4 or 6 inches of thread. Hold that, drop the needle down into the surface, then press the button again to bring the needle back up. So you just go needle down, needle up. Lift your presser foot and move your fabric away, and then pull on the top thread, and it will pull a loop of bobbin thread up through, and then just catch hold of that bobbin thread and pull it out. So now you've got the bobbin and the top thread on the top of your fabric. Put everything back under the presser foot, drop your presser foot down, and holding on to those stitches, take your first few stitches. Where this is really helpful, not so much here where you're appliquing and you're just using one layer of fabric. If you're quilting, what you'd end up if you don't bring your bobbin thread to the top, you'll end up with a bird's
You're
nest
quilting.
underneath.
Yeah, and also you're not using the scissor function
No.
either, are you? Because
use
if
the
you've
scissor
cut
function.
your thread with the scissors, you haven't got that bobbin.
No.
It doesn't want to
too
be.
short.
It doesn't want to be above the thread, does it?
No.
It doesn't want to be in the fabric. So again, trial and error, and finding your own way through. And
Yeah.
actually, if your machine is letting you sew with a bit of bobbin behind it, and it doesn't matter.
Yeah, do it.
Just do it. But the right thing to do is, and particularly with that needle in and out, that's so easy, isn't it? I must say I'm quite lazy. I tend to use the scissors, and I don't worry about my bobbin thread.
Gorgeous. Yeah, no, it's great. And excuse me. It's a lovely way in, actually. If you want to improve your free motion machine quilting, get this kit, or any of Janet's
Any of
patterns
them.
actually
Yeah,
that
I do
feature
them.
this kind of, because actually
it
one
a
of the
lot.
biggest barriers, I think, to people enjoying and exploring free motion quilting is that most of us don't know what to quilt. Whereas with Janet's patterns, you're actually quilting around a shape.
It's so easy once you've got the shape,
aren't you? You're
particularly
following the
something like
shape.
this. There's no right or wrong.
No.
And if you actually want to put feathers on it and tail feathers and faces and whatever else, you can. You can
Yeah,
do
you
as
could put
much as you can. Put Stuart all
that
over
face
it. Put Stuart all over it.
I also love as well,
I'll have to
did
make
you
him
quilt this or
coffee.
did you have this quilted?
No, I had it quilted.
But I love what the quilter's done, and they've actually
Yes.
used the applique template
Yeah, they have.
as a quilting pattern. Have a look at this.
Yeah.
Really
It's
clever.
really nice. And it just adds enough. There's lots of areas that are unquilted, but that's absolutely fine. It's just going to add texture. But that's really pretty, isn't it?
Clever.
Exact same
Easiest way to
template.
do this at home, use freezer paper, trace out the shape, iron it to your quilt sandwich, follow the edge of the paper and then peel the paper
Peel
off.
the
Don't have to
paper
mark
off.
it then.
Don't have to
One
mark it at
kit
all.
left.
One.
Kit left. Can I
Thank
just
you,
remind you,
everyone.
if you want to get the pattern on its own, you can get the pattern on its own. We'll pop details on screen in just a second. Julie's messaged in. Thanks for all these lovely messages, by the way. Julie's in Wiltshire. I made Janet's Birds of Flight quilt. Her instructions are wonderful. Julie from Wiltshire.
Thank you. We try really hard to make and Tony writes a lot, well, pretty much all the patterns now. And he does that so that he understands, because again, we were talking, weren't we, the other day, last night?
Yeah.
You take a lot for granted because you've been sewing for
Yeah.
so long.
Yeah,
And it's
yeah.
things like, do you put the bobbin thread up? How does that work? Well,
Yeah.
once you know, you know. You know, so the patterns there, we assume that you need to follow the order. There's enough tips in there so that you can get on and do it even as a complete beginner.
Yeah, for sure. That's great. It's accessible. The patterns are brilliant. Well done, Chief.
Well
done,
done,
Tony, if
Chief.
you're watching. He'll be watching, won't he?
He will be watching. He will.
Morning, Tony. Apparently we need a beer. We need to talk, Tony, you and I. Janet will fill you in. $9.99
Any
for that
excuse
pattern.
for a beer, he'll be all
Yeah,
over
yeah.
it. He'll be very happy.
I'm up for that.
And I'll get driven here as well because I don't like driving, so I'll have a little chauffeur.
Let's do that next time.
Yes.
Love it.
Yes. There you go. I just need to find someone to look after my dog, and then we're good. We're good. The boys have gone to university, Stuart.
Yeah, selfishly.
No free dog sitting.
Selfishly pursuing their own lives.
No, exactly. No free dog sitting anymore.
I don't know.
So there you go. Very,
That's
very
stunning.
simple.
I love that. I absolutely
We're in the right
love
place.
that.
There we go.
It's gorgeous. It's simplicity, but it's just so cleverly done.
Simple. And as I say, you could have multicoloured gulls, or you can get 3 out of that double. So you've got plenty of fabric there, and you can have a good play.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely gorgeous. We're at that weird kind of there's one kit left stage. This often happens, Janet, because there's loads of these in baskets, but everyone thinks I've missed out.
I've
It's the
missed
last
it.
one.
So
I
we've
won't
got
get it.
one left. Come
if
on.
you're the quickest to
You'll
check
get
out,
it.
you'll get it. You'll get it.
Oh, so nice that people want to. And that's what
It's
we'll be doing
superb.
tomorrow. We will be dispatching all your orders tomorrow.
Cool, excellent, that's fantastic. So go through for your quilt kit. There is literally one left. If you want to get the pattern on its own, you can get the pattern on its own. Don't forget also, we've got some beautiful project bags from Janet as well. The beautiful project bag. We have got the Astra version. So this is similar to this one right here. It's got kind of a space, constellations, night sky feel to it. Remember, you're getting all of your fabric to make the bag. You're getting the handles, beautiful quality handles. You're getting your lining fabric as well, and the full pattern for just $29.99. It's a gorgeous full project. I also love the fact that it's charm pack friendly.
Very charm pack friendly.
Because I can't resist them, Janet.
They're lovely, aren't they?
I've got a spare bedroom full of them. I love them.
They are cute, and they are really, they're a useful size actually. A 5-inch
really
square
are.
is really handy to
Yeah.
have. There's a lot you can do with it.
Will you give us a really quick
Really quick.
demo
So you've got your charm squares. They're 5-inch squares, and you are going to select half of them or some of them. They're in the pattern, don't worry, the number will be there, to keep as a rectangle. So you're going to cut them in half, and the rest for the corners you're going to cut into quarters. Okay, so that's all very simple. Then you are going to draw a diagonal line on your corner squares. Here we are, diagonal line, and then you're going to offer that up to
I love that phrase.
one of your, offer it up.
Offer it up.
Offer it
Like
up.
a sacrifice.
I know, just offer it up.
To the gods of
Offer it
sewing.
up.
Please give me sharp points.
You will have, these
No
are...
points required.
No, they're not geese, are they? They're like flying pigeons or
love
something, because they've got flat.
It could catch on,
They're
Janet.
flat. The thing is, there would have been so much wastage of the charm square to get the maths done.
Yeah.
So you think, actually, I'm just going to have a different effect.
Embrace it. I love that.
So in the corner, okay, and then you're going to sew on that stitched line. And when you're sewn on that stitched line and fold it back, you will have some of your flying pigeon there. There you go, you've got some flying pigeon. But what you can do, and my elf told me this, you will know this, Stuart, I'm sure. If you actually sew another diagonal line 1/2 inch away from that first one, if you cut here between them, you can still make a lovely flying pigeon. There it is, there's your flying pigeon.
Yep.
But you get a free 1/2 square triangle,
Oh,
which is
awesome.
so satisfying.
Sew all those together, make yourself a pin
Yeah.
cushion
Yeah.
or a mini cushion. Beautiful. I love it.
Yep, so there you go. Again, very beginner friendly. A bit more cutting and sewing and pressing and managing of seams for this. So goals first, this second.
Yeah. I mean, it depends on what you like doing,
What
doesn't
you
it?
like
Because
doing,
it's
yeah.
a weekend. It's a weekend job. It's a weekend job.
Yes. Yeah, this is true. Yeah, it is.
Make
yeah.
them both in a weekend. So we've got the Astra version, which I showed you the details for. We've also got To the Sea. Those details are on screen right now. Now, these are more of a sea theme to them. Now, would you believe this is how life can turn out sometimes? You know those memories that pop up on Facebook, you know, three years ago today, my post was a baby quilt made out of Janet Clare, coastal
There you
theme.
go.
Which was the range? It was called
Oh, we were Ebb and Flow?
Ebb
Was it
and Flow. Ebb and Flow,
Flow.
that I made for a friend of mine in London who just had a baby, and that was my memory today. Gorgeous. So this is using To the Sea fabrics. You get all of your fabrics in there to create your bag outer. You get all of your lining fabric included, plus your pattern, plus, and I think this is absolutely key, the handles. So you can reproduce Janet's beautiful bag in its entirety.
They're very hard to find, bag handles.
Yeah.
And particularly ones that you like
Yes.
as well. So
Gillian's-
these are nice sort of amber colour.
I love those. I love those. Gillian's messaged in
Hello,
from West
Gillian.
Sussex to say, hi, I'm making the spoon drift quilt, but I'm stuck on the FPP.
Foundation paper piecing.
I've
Is
made the
that-
same block 3 times, yeah, and it always ends up too small. What am I doing wrong? I check your printer, first of all.
Check your printer.
Check that
if
it's-
you traced it off.
Yeah.
I have got YouTube videos, and I have done foundation paper piecing here on Sewing Street, so that'll be on YouTube as well,
Yeah.
won't it? I
I'd
can't
like a
remember
bit
the
more
date.
information. How much
how
smaller
much
is it?
smaller? Have you really pressed it out Does it even matter?
Sometimes people mistakenly cut the seam allowance off from around the edge.
Yes, because of course you're making the bigger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I would also check your printer. If you've printed off the foundations, I would make sure that your computer is printing full size and not scale to fit. There's a little box you have to check.
I know.
So
they do their own thing.
They do. They do.
I wouldn't make any more.
Yeah.
You could even sew it with a smaller seam allowance so it opens out. If you're really, really stuck, just email us and we will help you.
Brilliant.
Don't
Thanks
worry
for
about
that,
it.
Janet. Thank you. It is a beautiful quilt.
Thank you.
You're going to bring that here sometime?
Yes.
Right too.
Yes.
Right too.
We will. I think it's been here.
Oh.
Has Bridget's been here?
When I'm here, Janet.
When
I'm
you're
here.
I shall tell them upstairs. I only
Would
work with Ian.
Thank you.
I will ask Ian.
I wore my blue sweater especially today
We're
for you.
matching today.
Thank you so much for a wonderful hour.
It's been lovely.
Loved it. I'll see you in an hour at 11 o'clock.
Forgive me for your self-portrait.
No, it was beautiful. You just captured me on a special day. We're going for a break now. When I see you back here, we'll be looking at tools.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hi there, exciting hour. We've got some fantastic tools on this hour, but before we get into the tools, I want to quickly mention a quilt that we've got on this hour. Now, normally we don't have quilts on tool hours. Do you remember last week I did the launch of a brand new quilt? It's a William Morris, the River Wandle quilt. It was a beautiful blue and pink William Morris log cabin quilt. We had the most incredible hour with Susie Duncan. This is the quilt right here. Let me show you. I'll show you. That beautiful quilt. And we had such a fast hour. It completely sold out. We've managed to get I'm sorry about this, but we've got two. We've got two kits. Should be $199.99, but actually we're going to honour the same price that we sold it for. On the day, it's $159.99. It is, I think, about 83 inches square. It's 210 centimetres by 210 centimetres, but we've literally got two kits. It sold out in record time. There was over 100 of you that missed out. That had it in your baskets. We've got two kits left. If you would like to get that quilt kit, or you know somebody who missed out, would you do them a favour and just let them know we've got two kits in stock. If you want one of those, grab it while you can. Okay, right. Now then, I want to show you an amazing tool from Simplicity. And this is the bias tape maker. Now, lots of us have got these little attachments that we can thread fabric through and press on our ironing board, and it can be quite fiddly, and this is a fully automated system for creating bias or regular straight of grain binding. It's amazing. I've got one of these at home and I love it. It just works brilliantly. What you've got, if I just explain what you've got, is you've got a roller back here, which you cut your fabric, and you basically cut your fabric twice the width of the binding that you want. Now, within your pack, you actually get a 1/4 inch nozzle. I'm going to call them nozzles, apertures, a 1/2 inch, a 3/4, a 1 inch, and a 1 1/4 inch. So you get all of these different nozzles that will all work. And you basically cut your fabric twice the width. You roll it onto this roller here and over the top. This all packs down flat. You pass it through the nozzle, and then it all goes through this section here. This is the motor that carries the fabric through, but it's also an ironing surface under there as well. I'll just show you. There's an iron under there, a heated plate that your fabric goes through. Literally, you press run and look what's coming out the other side. This is folded, ironed, perfect, flat. This is your binding. How cool is that? You've got different heat settings for your iron. You can go wool, cotton, linen. You can go rayon, silk, nylon, that sort of thing. So you've got basically all of the settings that you would have on a regular iron. And here it goes all the way through. It's amazing. They're flying out. There we go. Look at that. How easy was that? Incredible. If you're a dressmaker, if you like doing applique with bias tape, if you like doing things like gorgeous stained glass applique, amazing. If you do dressmaking and you want to be able to do sort of bound edges, bound seams, incredible. You get all of this, okay? You also get a little free sewing bundle with it, which I'll just show you. Check this out. You get a new look dressmaking pattern. And I think that perhaps varies which pattern you get, but you get a dressmaking pattern. You get a pack of glass-headed pins. You get a marking pen, a water-soluble marking pen. You get a Simplicity vintage magnet. Oh no, these are labels, beg your pardon. They're labels, like garment labels. And then you get a set of Simplicity decorative patches as well. Cotton reel, scissors, sewing machine, and a little label that says sewing. So you could add these to an apron, you could add these to a quilt or a garment. It's a lovely little pack of freebies that comes with your Simplicity bias maker. But it's just absolutely brilliant. And once you've finished with all of this, let me just show you, because often I'm asked about storage. Okay, so what you do then is you just take this out and this slots in here. You take this out and this slots in here. And you can put your tips in there as well. And there's your storage. It all just folds up. Really compact. Absolutely brilliant little bit of kit that. I love it. I love it. And you've got 5 different sizes of tip to work with it. We've now only got 10 available. Lots of you going for this. Well done if you managed to get it. Just brilliant. Like I say, you've got all those different sizes of tips. So if you're doing dressmaking, you might well end up using things like the widest tip to create wide binding, perhaps for doing a Hong Kong finish. Bound seams inside your garments, that looks so classy. An unlined jacket, use something like Liberty Lawn to bind all your seams. Linda's messaged in from Greater Manchester. Thanks for getting in touch, Linda. Hi Stuart, I have one of these bias makers. I've had it for 5 years or more now. It's fantastic, but when it first came out, you only got 2 sizes, not 4. Oh, yeah. I don't know if you can buy more tips, but I mean, you've got them all in this set. So it is a really good time to buy, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely brill. You get all of those different tip sizes. I just think it's incredible how perfect, flat. There's literally no wrinkles, no tucks, no pleats in this. It is perfect. And this fabric wasn't pre-starched. I mean, if you want to, I often give the body of the fabric a bit of spray starch, iron it flat, and then I cut my strips, and then I'll put it through the tape maker, and that creates really crisp binding. But You don't have to. It does everything, folds, irons in one step. It's absolutely incredible. Now, talking of incredible, let me show you the Simplicity Sidewinder. Another really cool bit of kit. I've had mine for years. Winding bobbins. It's a bit of a bugbear, isn't it, for quilters? It's a bit of a pain when you're mid-flow, you're in the zone, you've got everything all nicely set up, and then you run out of bobbin thread and you have to go through the process of unthreading your machine, setting all your bobbin up and winding your bobbin, and then you have to rethread your machine. Well, with your Sidewinder, you can independently wind your bobbins without touching your sewing machine. It's brilliant. And if you do things like machine embroidery, or if you're quilting a quilt and you know you're going to get through 5 bobbins worth, do it like this. So again, really compact. There's your storage. It all stores in one. No power cable because this is battery operated, and yes, you get the battery included with your Sidewinder. So open it up. Let me talk you around it. First of all, this is where your thread's going to go. Don't miss the fact, please, that it pulls up. Okay, so it's a proper height thread spool pin. Right, so thread goes onto there. All right, and then you've got a little eye here, like a little hook, that's going to pull through there. And what you want to do, we call this flossing the thread, and you do it on your sewing machine too when you put it through the tension discs. You want to hold it in both hands like a piece of dental floss and pull it into that ring. Then do the same again around the tension dial right here, okay, and then pull that through. And then this is where you're going to put your bobbin. This is extra storage right here to store empty bobbins or full bobbins. So grab your bobbin, move this little clip away, push that down onto the pin, whoops, and then just start your bobbin thread off. So you want to manually wind this around. Now you can be all fancy and sort of poke it through the top, but I tend not to. I just sort of wind it round until it's fairly taut, and then push this clip over. So now it's all set up ready to go. Press your button. Oops. Why hasn't this started? The battery is in it. Wait a minute, I don't know. It wants to go, and let me just check I've got everything set up properly. Well, it was all going so well, wasn't it? And yes, I did test this before we went to air. No, okay, I don't know why that isn't starting. Okay, we'll try and come back to that if we can. All right. It wound a lovely bobbin for me earlier on. Ain't that always the way? All right, we'll come back to that. Now, just want to let you know about one of my favourite machines that we have here on Sewing Street. It's the Elna 680 Plus sewing machine. We've got it on this hour. Details are on screen. It is £1,249. And let me just show you that machine. It's coming. There we go. Okay, there we go. There's our machine. So it's from Elna. Great machine this. Absolutely love it. Amazing value. You get so many different feet here. You get your walking foot, your darning foot. You get all of your utility feet that you would expect. You also get things like your straight stitch. You get blind hem foot, zipper foot. Amazing, amazing capability. We've got a little, here we go. Here are the accessories that you get with the machine. So standard foot, rolled hem, zipper, satin stitch, open-toed satin or embroidery foot, a blind hem foot, an overlock foot. Now that's really useful for neatening all the edges of your garments. You get a convertible free motion quilting kit, including a closed toe foot, open toe foot and clear view. You get an even feed foot, that's a walking foot to you and me. You also get a buttonhole foot and a button sewing foot. So no more sewing buttons by hand. It's absolutely wonderful. You do also get a straight stitch needle plate, and if you are doing lots and lots of straight stitching, I recommend using that straight stitch needle plate. You know where you get the sort of gobbling of fabric when you're sewing into your feed dogs sometimes. Use your straight stitch needle plate if you're having problems like that. It really does help. You also get things like a knee lift and an extra wide extension table. This machine can be used with or without a foot pedal. Speed control, it's an absolutely fab machine. I've got the Elna 680 at home and I love it, and I've had it for years. It's a brilliant machine. John Scott has the Elna 680 Plus. He absolutely loves it too. So two of your presenters here at Sewing Street have the machine. We love it. Really great machine that. Okay. All right then, let's move on. One of my favourite things is a multi-board. Now, these are just a boon. If you've got limited space, I do a lot of my sewing at the kitchen table at home, even though I've got a studio. I also love to sew at home, like most people, near the kettle, cosy, the cat's curled up on my lap, it's good times. But I have less space than perhaps I would like next to me. So I can have all of my tools in one. Now this is the Hemline Gold Quilters Ironing and Cutting Multi-Mat. So what you've got here for $19.99 is you've got your ironing surface. That's the outside of the board. Either single surface, or I like to open mine out and I will use both surfaces in one. Obviously I've got that little gap in the middle, just be mindful of that. And then when you go into the board itself, well, super important, you've got a self-healing cutting mat in really smart black and gold in the back. You've got what is effectively design wall here in this fabric. So this is almost like a sort of, feels almost velvety, felty. So when you're creating your patchwork pieces, you can place them on here and they won't slip off. You can carry them around, you can fold the book up, take them home, if you're at a workshop, for example, and then carry on with them. Then on this side of the multi-mat, you've got a sort of sandpaper surface. So what you're going to use this for is marking templates and marking fabric. So normally, if you put fabric down onto a surface and you're trying to do something like mark a diagonal line, what will tend to happen is that that fabric will move and drag with the pencil. Okay, so what you do instead is you put it onto your sandpaper surface, and then that fabric isn't going anywhere. So you can draw that line really accurately. You can draw around templates really accurately, and the fabric won't slip and slide. So you've got all of those uses in one: ironing, cutting, design wall, and marking in one tool. And so it's a real boon if you don't have much space, because you can have everything right next to your sewing machine and you can just stay put. Brilliant if you're doing something like foundation paper piecing, where you're constantly sewing, trimming, pressing, and then repeating. Donna's got in touch to say, morning everyone, I use my multi-mat to do English paper piecing when I'm sitting on the sofa. Perfect. Got that little mobile surface right there next to you. I love that, Donna. Thank you for that. Yeah, so we've got a different version, different manufacturer, this one. This is the Quilters Ironing and Cutting Multi-Mat, blue spot, same price, same function. So you've got your ironing surface on the outside, both sides. You have, and it's a really nice firm ironing surface too, which I love. You've got your self-healing cutting mat, you've got your design wall, and you've got your sandpaper surface as well for marking. So same thing, ironing, cutting and trimming, design wall and marking surface for $19.99. Really super, and also very, very giftable. Very giftable, really nice thing to have in your tool kit. Oh, what, sorry? Ah, okay, yes, let me grab, I'll have to go down this other end. Oh, you're going to bring them up to me. Okay, perfect. Right, we've got some June Taylor products next up. Can we start with the Tory tote? Yeah. Okay, so this is from June Taylor, and this is the Quilt As You Go Sew by Number bag kit. This is really cool. I've got an open sample, I think. I've got an open sample, we'll grab that. So what have June Taylor do? They've created these printed quilt battings. So you get your quilt batting, which is going to form the sort of softness and the core of your bag. It's pre-printed with your piecing lines and details. I do need that one though, yeah. And you're going to sew your fabric directly to your pre-printed batting. Let me show you an open sample. So, in the bag, you get your full instructions for how to make the bag. You also get your quilt batting. And let me just show you this. It's all printed. So, you've got your full bag there printed out in blue on your batting. All of your sewing lines, or your placement lines actually, on the June Taylor. So you place your fabric within the lines and you will actually sew 1/4 inch inside. You've got full instructions anyway. You've got your straps. Absolutely fantastic. So you've got your batting. And then you've also got your reinforcement webbing. Now this you're going to put inside your handles to create really strong handles. All right, so all you need to do is add your fabrics. Just add fabrics and you can make that gorgeous bag. The bag itself, size-wise, 15 inches, 14 inches high and 4 inches deep. So your sort of gusset is 4 inches wide. So a really nice roomy bag that would be great for going shopping maybe, taking to the beach. And the picture on the front just shows you the variety of looks you can get. You can really emphasize the flying geese. You can make it look more like chevrons. Works with all sorts of different fabrics. I think that's lovely. Right, so that's our Tory tote. We've also got the insulated shopper tote. Now, I think this is fab. This is ending 42. Okay, so I'll grab the open sample. Now, it's an insulated batting this time, so this makes it particularly suitable if you're going food shopping, or maybe for something like hot food that you want to keep hot, or cold food that you want to keep cold, you know, frozen foods, that kind of thing. Or maybe if you're going on a picnic or something like that, or bringing the takeaway home. So what you get then, this is an insulated batting, and if you look, it's really quite different to regular batting. You've got that sort of almost like space age foil blanket in there, and then you've got a coating on both sides of polyester batting to create that sort of slightly raised spongy effect. And then printed on one side, you've got all of your piecing and cutting lines to create the insulated tote bag. It's got pockets on the front. It's a really lovely bag. I'll just show you if you can see on that picture. Yeah, gorgeous bag. And this is 13 inches wide, 15 inches high, and it actually has a 10-inch gusset and base. Okay, So that means you can get lots and lots of shopping in there. You've got a really, really wide base. And talking of bases, you actually get the plastic base. So what you're going to do is you're actually going to fit this into the bottom of your bag, and there are instructions on how you do that, so that you've actually got a really nice solid base to your bag for £23.99. Just add fabric, and fabric wise, you also get your webbing. Didn't realise that. You get your webbing for your handles. Fab. So fabric wise, you need a quarter of a yard of 6 to 8 different fabrics to create the outside. Lining fabric, you need 3/4 of a yard, straps half a yard, binding a quarter of a yard. Or it's saying instead of the quarter yard of 6 to 8 fabrics, you could use 12 2.5-inch pre-cut strips and 9 pre-cut 5-inch squares. So if you've got a few pre-cuts or some scraps left over, this would be a great project for using those up. Really fun, love that. June Taylor come up with some really innovative products. Last product that I've got from June Taylor, I don't think I've got an open sample for this one. These are the wine totes. These are the wine totes. So in here you've got the regular quilt batting that's been printed with your sewing and cutting lines, and you make these 3 wine totes. So if you like to take a bottle of wine to a dinner party, or you maybe want to take these on a picnic, a great way of transporting your bottle of wine or your bottle of cordial. It could be elderflower presse. It could be a bottle of chilled, sparkling Italian water, mineral water. Whatever you like to take on a picnic or round to friends for dinner, then these are great. And you make all 3 of them, and they're all different. They're all pieced differently. 2.5-inch strip friendly as well, I think, if I remember rightly. So yeah, really good for using up your scraps. So that's some June Taylor products that we've got on the hour. Now, what should we look at next? Yeah, okay, I'm going to go down the other end. Okay, so next up, we've got some storage bags. Jumbo? Jumbo. Five threes, yeah, okay. Right, ending in 3/6. Right, okay, jumbo. Okay, so these are jumbo vacuum storage bags. Now, I'm often asked about storing fabrics and storing quilts and quilt battings safely. These are vacuum storage bags. So these are the kind of thing, I'm going to grab one out and show you. So you can also, of course, use these for storing things like your winter sweaters. We might not be quite ready to store our winter sweaters just yet, but it won't be long. Now these are jumbo bags. These are absolutely huge, actually. These are 70 centimetres by 100 centimetres, and you're actually getting 12 of these. Now I'm just going to hold this up and show you. That is really big. That is really big. So what you would do there is you would open that up and you would fill it with your sweaters. It could be spare pillows, it could be spare bedding. You could put your quilt battings in there that you've bought sort of speculatively, or your backing fabrics. And then what you do, once you've got them inside, okay, you're then going to seal the end of the bag up, and much like you would, I guess, with like a kitchen bag, seal that up really carefully. But then at the moment, of course, the whole thing is filled with air, which you need to remove. Now you actually get a pump with these. So I'm just going to take the seal off. So if you look here, you've got your little seal, yeah, or your little cap. So you would take that off. You're then going to screw the pump into your bag, and then you're going to suck the air out. You're going to draw the air out, and what that's going to do just give it. That's enough. That's enough. No one needs to see me doing that. Take all the air out and then unscrew that and put the cap back on. And what that will do is shrink everything down to create a much smaller, easier to store package. You're actually getting 12 of these bags in the box. You're also getting the pump for $24.99. Now those are the jumbo. We have also got these in a variety pack, which I will grab and show you. You get the hand pump again. Now this time inside here, you're getting 3 different sizes. So you still get 12 bags. You get 4 of the jumbo. That's the size we've already seen, 70 centimetres by 100 centimetres. You're getting 4 of the large. Now those are 60 by 80 centimetres. And then you're getting 4 of the medium. That's 50 centimetres by 70 centimetres. So it's a great way of storing things like extra towels, pillows, duvets, maybe quilts. If you've got lots of quilts that you've made that you want to store safely. Maybe you've got quilt battings that you've bought. You want to keep them safe, you want to keep them handy. And then what you can do once you've actually shrunk them down like that is to put them under a bed or in a cupboard where they're not going to take up so much room. And they're fab. And you do get your pump as well with that size as well. Okay, right, I'm going to move back across to the other side. We're going to do the slash cutter. Okay, this is from Clover. And do we have an open one of these? I don't know. No, I'll open this one and show you. So this is the faux chenille or slash cutter. It's $14.99. Great fun. Really, really enjoy using this. So what you're going to do with this is create faux chenille. Now I don't know if you can just maybe, Bruce, do a quick search for faux chenille projects, because I think it's really good to see the actual what you can make with it. I don't know if there's an image search, but so what you would do is you're going to get some fabric. You need a base fabric, okay? So you might use something like oh, I don't know, something like this green tonal, okay, for your background. Then what you're going to do is you're going to layer up some fabrics on top of it. Now you can use things like 10-inch squares of fabric, you can layer those up, you can use yardage. It's quite nice to use fabric that's fairly loosely woven, so I don't recommend batiks for this because they're a bit too finely woven. So you're going to lay up maybe 3 or 4 different layers of fabric on top of your base fabric, and then your final fabric on the top could be a solid, it could be a patterned fabric, but what looks really cool is if you use something like a printed panel, something that's maybe got a picture or a really obvious design on it on the top. So you've got maybe about 5 layers of fabric layered up on your base. I like to make sure that my base is a good inch bigger all round than the pieces I've put on top of it, and the reason will become clear. So then what you want to do is to sew a series of diagonal lines through all of those 5 or 6 layers of fabric. So maybe mark the first one through the diagonal. I like a 45-degree angle. And then once you've done that, sew on that line. Then use the edge of your foot, and you want to sew the channels maybe, I don't know, 1/2 inch apart. So sew a series of parallel diagonal lines across the whole surface. Start them just before the stack and just onto the background fabric. So what you've now created is a series of channels that go across. You're then going to insert your slash cutter into those channels. So let me just grab this out for a second. So here's your slash cutter. All right. So what you'll see here is you've got the handle and you've got a small rotary cutting blade. You've also got this long sort of guide that sticks out the front. Okay, what you're going to do is you're going to tuck that into one of the channels that you've sewn. This is why having your background fabric about 1 inch bigger on all sides is really helpful, because you've just sewn onto that, which means that getting into that channel is really easy. And then you push straight across, and that rotary blade will cut through all of the layers in that channel apart from the background. That is protected by the back of this guide, so you tuck it under and cut right through. Keep cutting through all of the channels, and then wash and tumble dry or fluff the resulting fabric, and this is what you end up with. This is a little chenille Easter rabbit, which is really cute. You can see those channels now, can't you, that have been stitched and then slashed through. Here's a really lovely quilt. So has that been done just on the backing on one side and then plain fabric on the other? So do a bigger, you know, like a baby quilt size, and then bind the outside edge. You don't need any batting in this, because remember, you've got about 5 layers of fabric, so that will create the warmth and the snuggliness. Here's a cushion. That's cute. Really like that. Lots of gorgeous texture. It's also really, really nice for bags. And you can use it just on the bag flap, or you could use it on the side panels. It also works really well with things like denim as well. And you would just use the denim perhaps on the top layer, and then use other loosely woven cotton fabrics underneath it. Now, what's really nice about this slash cutter for $14.99 is you've got the blade, or the guide that it comes with, this long straight guide. This is for doing straight slash cutting, so when you've sewn straight channels. But you also have this, which is a much shorter guide. So you just take this little screw off, remove the blade, remove this guide, put this one on instead, and then put the blade back on. And then what that will allow you to do is to do curved chenille. So in that case, you would sew a gently curving line through your fabrics and then follow the same channel. And then you'll cut. You wouldn't be able to cut with the long straight. You need the short. You'll be able to guide it through. So that's your slash cutter. Okay, a couple of adhesives that work really well for quilting. We'll start off with the 404. This is an ODIF repositionable spray. This one, you can use this on things like paper and plastic. You can use this on like drawing paper. You can use it on stencils. So really good if you're doing something like when you're quilting your quilt and you want to use a quilt stencil. They're usually made out of stencil plastic. They've had channels cut in. Spritz the back of your stencil with 404, and then you'll be able to place that onto your quilt. It will not slip and slide, and then you can easily trace through all the designs for the quilting onto your quilt. Peel off the stencil and it won't leave a sticky residue. I also use this actually for my rulers and my templates. So I spritz the back of my rulers or templates with this, and it creates a low tack on the back, which means that my templates won't slip and slide. Really useful, great for paper crafting as well, to have a repositionable stick. So that's 404. Now we've also got the grippy non-slip coating from Odif, which is $6.99. Now, this does actually, I would use this in quite a similar way for things like templates and rulers. But you can, so again, you literally just spritz that on the back of your rulers or templates, and it provides a sort of grippy coating. If you've already got things like the non-stick rulers from Creative Grids, they already have those non-stick grippy dots on the back. But if you haven't got those, if you've got other templates, other rulers, or stencil plastic, template plastic rather, that you've cut your own templates from, spritz the back of those with grippy, and then you will create these fantastic non-slip templates. Now then, next up, let's have a look at light boxes. I'm going to grab these over. So we've got two different sizes of light box. Should we start with the large one? Okay. So you have a little cable point in the side. Just going to make sure we're switched on. There we go. Okay, I don't know if you're able to just lower the light in the studio just to show you the different light settings. We've actually got 3 different light settings. So this is a light box. Absolutely amazing when it comes to things like quilting, tracing designs onto things like Bondaweb fabric, background fabric. So here's, obviously this is off at the moment. And then I'm just going to pop it on. This is its lowest light setting, and it's really about finding the right light setting for the job you're doing. You've got your mid bright, and then you've got your brightest. So in the past, where you might have tried taping a template or a pattern to your window and tried tracing it through that way, not always possible, particularly not if you're using a book. Try using a light box instead. It allows you to sort of see through your fabrics for tracing designs from the back. This is a really good size as well, isn't it? It's A3. We're just getting used to this new position for our camera. It's not the greatest. Is that okay? Like that? How's that? It did it. It did it. So that's the A3 size for $64.99. Okay, I'll turn that off. We've also got, I'm still in the dark here, I'm still in the dark. We've also got, okay, let me pop that in. Ooh. There we go. Right, we've also got, this is the A4 size for $32.99. So same, I'm getting good at this now. Look at this, like a well-oiled machine. All right, oh no, hang on. There we go, right. We'll pop it on. Lowest light setting, mid, and full brightness. Again, just really, really good, especially for things like tracing designs. It's an absolute boon. Applique designs, quilting designs. For example, if you've got a placement diagram for your appliques, place that down onto your light box, put your fabric over the top of it, and then that light shining through will allow you to trace your placement lines for your applique onto your background fabric so that you get perfect placement every time. Okay, that's our light box. Now then, the comic boards. I'm going to show you the comic boards. These have proved so popular. Now, if one of your New Year resolutions was to tidy your sewing area, or if one of your New Year resolutions was to use more of the fabrics that you've got, what it starts with is kind of the same thing, which is going through your fabrics and actually storing them properly. Because often we've bought fabric in the past and we don't even know what fabric we've got anymore. And so actually sorting through your fabric can be a great start. So these are acid-free comic storage boards. So they're much loved by people who collect comics, or things like that. What do they call them? Graphic novels, things like that, for keeping them. They're acid-free, which means they're brilliant for fabric as well. So you get 100 of these boards. Okay, and what you would do if you're storing your fabric, it could be fat quarters, it could be half-metre yard cuts, things like that. So you're just going to lay your fabric on top of the board, all right, and then you're just going to wrap your fabric around your board. I like to then just fold one edge under like that, and then I'm going to grab a pin. Make sure you use good quality pins for this, and pin that fabric in. And then what you've got now is that fabric, instead of being sort of screwed up and pushed into a drawer, you've actually got it beautifully, neatly stored on your comic board. Have a look at Anna's sewing room. Anna, if I was wearing a hat, I'd take it off to you. That's amazing. Absolutely gorgeous. What an appealing stash. You think of the alternative, which is, all folded up and put into a box where you can't really see what you've got. I mean, it's better than nothing, but it's not ideal. But actually folded up, stored on a shelf where you can see it properly. Oh, this is how Hannah does hers. Oh, I like that. So wrapped around the bottom and then pinned together. Oh, I like that too. Nice. Oh, I'm going to have a go at doing it that way now. I want to copy her. You really will then see exactly what fabric you've got. Oh yeah, I like that. I like that. Yeah, I think maybe I like that method more. That's really neat. Oops. There we go. Perfect. Sorted. Job done. Oh, I can feel a tidier sewing room coming on me. Right then, next up we've got pinking shears. Now these are from the Hemline Gold range, which is absolutely beautiful. I love the fact that the Hemline Gold range is in recycled plastic-free packaging. So all of the mount boards that the products come on are all recycled cardboard. And then even down to things like the ties that hold the products in place, these are also made of recycled paper, metal, like little wire tag. There's no plastic, which I think is lovely. Now the actual pinking shears, these are a thing of beauty. The price is amazing too, isn't it? £17.99. You've got the gold coloured blades and these really smart black handles. Beautiful pair of pinking shears. Now, of course, pinking shears are a wonderful thing, particularly for dressmakers. It's an easy way to neaten your seam allowances. So once you've sewn your garment together, you can use the pinking shears to neaten the edge of your fabric. So let's have a little bit of a cut. So what this creates, pinking shears, they create this kind of crinkled edge. And where a straight cut edge would be likely to fray, isn't that glorious sound? You end up with this lovely pinked edge, which is much more resistant to fraying. So it's a quick and easy way of neatening the edge of your seams inside a garment without using an overlocker. Interestingly, pinking comes from, I think it's 14th century word, which means, or was referred to clothes that had a sort of slashed through decorative appearance. So think King Henry VIII, you know, big sleeves with those slashes, with the expensive fabric kind of spilling out of the slashes. That's called pinking. Bit of debate about which came first, the scissors or the effect. Dunno. Great story though. Now we've also got some soft grip fabric scissors. These are from Fiskars. Fiskars have been going since 1649, making blades and scissors. So they know a thing or two about making scissors. I'm just going to look. I always think it's funny when you need a pair of scissors to get into a pair of scissors. Could I just have a pair of scissors to cut this little bit up? There we go, thank you. Now we've only got 17 pairs of these left. So if you want these, do be quick. So what these are is a soft grip handle. There we go, I'm in. Right, okay, so soft grip handle, I think these are particularly nice if you've got maybe grip issues or you get pain in your hands or fingers, because these are spring loaded. So you've got your little lock here, okay, that you push up to lock them, pull down to unlock, and then you've got that trigger. So now with very little effort, you can just squeeze together and you've got that fantastic cutting edge. So again, let's just do a little bit of, wow, that is amazing. They are so super sharp and really precise. And what's lovely, actually, real quality, is that they are sharp to the tip. Now I'll tell you when would be an absolute boon to have these. If you were making a rag quilt. We had a lady, was it Karen, that emailed in earlier on, that was making a rag quilt using K-facet fabrics. And when you sew your seams together, you actually snip into all of your seams on the outside. You have these seams on the outside and you're batting, and it creates like a fluffy ridge between your patches. This would be brilliant. These would be amazing for doing that, because it's a big cutting job, snipping in, and you're snipping through lots of layers, and this spring loading and super sharp to the tip blades is going to make that job so much easier. So much easier. Now then, one of the things I say many times is don't use your scissors for cutting thread. Unless you have a pair of real cheap scissors that you just use for cutting your threads. Invest in some thread snips. I say invest. They really don't cost very much at all. £5.99 for these. They're from Hemline. But guess what? We've got a little price drop. Yeah, £5.99 is brilliant, but we're actually going down. Wow, I'll take that, £2.99. That's brilliant. So, okay, what you've got here is, now I always tuck my little finger through this, so you can tuck your middle finger through. It's not quite your middle finger. But what you're going to use these for is for trimming your threads, okay? So you've done your line of sewing, you've got your threads, and you're just going to clip your threads. Or if when you've done your quilting and you need to go over the surface of your quilt and just trim any loose threads, if you're trimming off little whiskers from your sewing, these are great. Don't use scissors for cutting thread. That will really blunt scissors quickly. Use a pair of £2.99 thread snips. They were an early bird. That's why you're getting such an amazing price. Just £2.99 for those. Fab. Love those. Yeah, really good. Honestly, I recommend thread snips all the time. They're such a cheap thing to have in your sewing kit, and much better for cutting your threads than a pair of scissors. All right, we're just going to revisit our early bird from this morning, which is our 3 meters of fabric. These are cotton solids from Rose and Hubble. 3 really useful colours actually. Should be £22.74. But not today. You're just going to pay £16.74, which is well under £6 a metre. You've got a creamy ivory. You've got a nice medium dark grey. And you've got this chartreuse green. Absolutely fab. For £16.74. Brilliant for things like backing your quilts, backing runners. You can use these for piecing, for patchwork. Great for lining bags as well. Really good for lining your bags, and a very, very affordable way to do it. Okay, that's our tools hour wrapped up. Much like your fabric, if you've gone for the comic boards, have a look online. When we come back after the break, Clare will be here with some amazing projects and her very beautiful Wordsmith book. You're going to love this, so I'll see you after the break.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there! Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Hi there, welcome back to Sewing Street. We've got my gorgeous friend Janet Clare with me.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. I've had a lovely cup of tea. I've
Gorgeous.
sat down. I've watched you on the telly.
How was that?
Lovely.
Oh, good.
You're a machine. You're working so hard. Have a bit of muffin.
Oh.
Yeah, blueberry muffin.
Sounds gorgeous.
Breakfast was a long time ago,
Yes,
wasn't
it was. It was on Sewing Street. We start very early. The lovely Janet Clare. Now, we've got a super hour from Janet. This hour, we have got, first of all, we're starting, you've written some really beautiful books, Janet, and I've got many of them. This one is called The Wordsmith. And this is incredibly beautiful. We've never had this on Sewing Street before.
This is my favourite, actually.
Tell me why. Tell me the story of Wordsmith.
So, I've got two, well, they're not boys, two children, and I was trying to keep one of those beautiful sort of, family photo albums with all the train tickets and all the calligraphy writing, and, all that beautiful journal. Anyway, I did all the shopping. Really good at the shopping.
Right.
Really
Bought
good
all
at
the stuff.
shopping. Bought all the stuff. Don't really like working with glue and bits of sticky tape. And then I realised one day that I could sew the journal. I could sew the memories together.
Because that's what you do.
That's what I do, is sewing. So I started thinking about how I would create our family sort of journal in stitch. And it took a long time. It's not a quick process. But the Wordsmith is basically the story of how that came about. So it's an alphabet quilt because once you start thinking, you have got an overwhelming amount of subject matter that you could include. And I didn't want everything to just be big important stuff. It's all the little in-jokes that you don't want to forget either. So actually, if you tie it to an alphabet, it helps you sort of consolidate your mind, and you always find it. So I know it's my friend's cat.
I love that.
So it's an alphabet quilt. Now then, the book takes you through the stories behind my quilt and how I made mine, and it shares lots of techniques and ideas to encourage you to make your own.
Got you.
And because it's an alphabet quilt, E is for embroidery. You can copy that. E can be for embroidery in yours, but maybe you've got an Edward, or you've been to somewhere, you've been somewhere amazing. Isn't that a beautiful photograph?
It's just gorgeous.
Yeah, that's
the book,
Isabella.
I just want to sit and just leaf through. It is so beautiful. And look at this, like this.
Oh,
almost like vellum pages.
Yes, Tony still hasn't quite recovered from that. That's quite expensive to put in a book. He was going, do we need to? And I think, yes, we do.
Because books, yes, they're information, yes, they're inspiration, but they should also be something that's beautiful, that's held in your hands, that you gaze at and love and stroke.
Yes.
And you should ooh and ah when you go through a book.
Absolutely, absolutely. And there are techniques in here. There's a whole alphabet in here. As you can see, as Stuart's flicking through, you can see the piece H. There's an alphabet quilt, there's a poetry quilt in there, and all the templates are here. You just have to copy them off the photographs of the imagery. But the whole book is really about me trying to encourage you to start creating your own memory quilt.
It's about inspiring you to create your own memory quilt instead of, and you know what, these days, aren't we all guilty of this? I've never taken so many photographs in my life as I have over the last 10 years. They're all on a phone.
Where are they? I know. And they're probably not even all on your current phone. They're in a cloud or like the BlackBerry or whatever you had.
My memories aren't displayed anywhere.
No.
And this is a tangible way of actually showing your memories.
And completely unique and personal, and really, really let it grow organically. Take your time over it.
Incredible.
And I've made the quilt that's behind me. It's quilt as you go, and I'm going to talk you through how I did the quilt as you go.
Awesome.
And it's because I chose that technique. It's because each letter is a finished quilt. That's how it works. It's finished up to quilting.
So you make all those little individual quilts and then join them.
And then join them
I
all
love
together.
that. I'm desperate to show you the alphabet quilt, but let's show you the price. Fabulous. $19.99 for this book from Janet Clare. We've never had it on air before, and I've wanted it forever.
It's my favourite. It's got a lovely textured cover as well. I have an hour meeting with the printer for paper. He sets aside an hour.
Wow.
To talk me through paper, because we're little fusspots.
Because it's that important to you. Let's show.
It's very, very important. Yeah, very.
Can we just show the alphabet quilt? I'm completely in love with this quilt. Look at that.
Together.
Just come towards me a little bit, Janet, and then that's.
There you go.
Look at that.
Thank you.
There are other letters under there, by the way.
Yeah, the whole alphabet's there. It's inspired by the embroidery samples, so it's quite an old-fashioned alphabet, and I have done them all 1-inch squares, which is madness, but really satisfying.
It's exquisite.
It's really satisfying.
It's absolutely exquisite.
There's something about taking your time over a project. All those hours are in there somewhere.
They are,
aren't they?
They are. And it's a tangible memory of all that stitching time. And also as well, it's again simple,
very simple,
and repetitive,
yep.
which is at the very heart of sort of mindful practice, isn't it? It's about taking something simple and repetitive that you can do that allows you to just be in the moment.
All those critics leave the room. The to-do list leaves the room, and you are just sewing squares together. And my last step in all my patterns is don't point out your mistakes, but my piecing is not pinpoint accurate. You can see little bits of joins here, it does not matter.
No.
It does not matter. So don't think, oh, I can't do it, you need perfect piecing. You actually don't.
Janet, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Are you absolutely certain that you've got enough room at home to store this quilt?
I'll have a think about it, Stuart.
If you need this quilt storing for you,
it really,
as a friend I'm offering.
As a friend, thank you so much.
As a friend I'm offering, that is
So
stunning.
kind,
You
so
could
kind.
make your own version of that alphabet quilt. Wouldn't that be the most incredible project?
Just really fun. Now this one, I don't think we've got room to show you. This one is enormous. This is
Just
the
a big
poetry
quilt.
quilt. And the idea behind this is that you would sleep under a poem. So when
Come towards
it's
me a little
on
bit.
the bed,
Oh, what does it say?
it says warm, sighing, quiet, settled. And then all the letters, the 2-inch squares finished. You've all mapped out on a piece of graph
Quiet.
paper. And again, people are email me and they've made their own poetry quilts. They've mapped out the letters using the alphabet in the book. And then you fill up all the gaps with all your little orphan blocks or a nice little square of print that you've got.
Yep.
And then when you're under it, you can't actually read it. I quite like that idea. You know it's there, but it's just a mixture of prints and colour, but it's actually a poem.
You are warm, quiet,
Warm, quiet,
settled.
settled.
It's absolutely gorgeous. I'm blown away,
It's actually
Janet.
simple, lovely, lovely, simple project to do. But don't think I'm going to bash my way through this in a weekend.
No.
Take your time.
That's the point.
These are heirloom quilts.
Yes.
They're going to be with you forever.
Yes.
They are going to be completely unique to you. We don't do kits for them. We can't do kits from them because there is hundreds and hundreds of different pieces of fabric in
Yeah.
here. And that's what you want.
Well, that's awesome, isn't it? Because again, we've been talking a lot about New Year resolutions, and a lot of us are saying, I'm going to tidy up my
Use up.
sewing
Yeah.
room or my stash. I'm going to use what I've got. I'm going to actually
Absolutely.
see what I've got.
See what
'Cause we
I've
forget.
got and keep hold of things. I mean, your tastes change.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you think, why have I got so much lilac? I don't even like lilac. We had a phase of everyone was having baby girls and you
Right.
bought lots of pink and lilac, and
Yeah.
that time has moved on.
Yeah.
You know, so just keep refreshing and keep what is inspiring to you. If
Mm-hmm.
it's a drag or you think, oh, I should finish that, but I don't want to, move it on.
Move on.
Move it on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Move it on. So that's the
just
poetry quilt.
exquisite. I love
Thank
that. This is the kind of book that you will sit and read and absorb and just stroke and enjoy looking at the pictures for years and years. There's so much in there that's just really inspiring, and it's very chatty and conversational.
Lots of stories.
Is that Tony in his tent?
Tony in our tent, we have had so many disastrous camping camping trips. I mean, we've had the dog's tail going in the fire.
Oof.
We've, you name it. It's happened.
Yep.
So the other idea with is that the memory quilt is alphabetical. So here's the R for rabbit. So you can say, right, okay, R's for rabbit, I'll just keep it like that. But actually, this is about my rabbit when I was growing up called Threepence, and it's all the stories that we had. And my sister had a rabbit at the same time. So it's a way into those stories. And I really like the idea that this could be on the back of the sofa or on a wall, and somebody would say, well, what's that about? You know, and you can tell them as much or as little as you like about it. You know, it can stand as face value.
I'd make stuff up.
Yeah, so you would. He totally
You
would.
know that's true.
You totally would. You would. But this is red work and some hand quilting, and I took my time and I stitched the rabbit. H for Henry, that's his hand.
That's
Got
my
blocks for
favourite
Joe.
block.
That one, you like that one?
I love the significance, and
Yes.
actually that is a moment, that truly is a moment
That
captured
is
in
a
time.
moment in time.
You will remember him
Yes.
placing his hand,
Yes, and he was
tracing
9.
around.
He was 9. And so his hexagon background, that's his handwriting with H. And Joe here, I forgot the name of this block, but that's a block starting with J. And that's another thing, if you're stuck with the letter, you think, well, there's a quilting block that starts with J. So again, that's his name. And this is Joe's block as well. Fervent football fans. We've got so many envelopes with, you know, he should have played there and he should have moved there. So, you know, there's loads and loads in. And if you're talking, you know, some things are about family. So if you're talking to my mum, you'll get another extension of the story.
Yes.
And they're all there. And they've been an absolute delight to think about and to sew and to use all those different techniques and precious scraps of fabric that you've got and you've been keeping. Really, really useful. So that's why it's my favourite book. That's why it's my favourite book, because it's so personal.
But you've also welcomed us into your world as well, your process, which I think is so precious and important. Think of this as a workshop. This is like a weekend retreat with Janet. More than that, I think, because you really are immersed in your design process, your creative process.
It's the aesthetic as well, isn't it? It's the colour palette.
It is.
It's what I view as important, which will be different to other people. But I do try with all of my books to not just, here's a quilt, you can make it, cut X amount of squares out, but also to really make it your own, make it unique to you and something that makes sense to you.
Yeah.
So even if you do everything about cats, you know, whatever you're passionate about, that you can really, really make it lovely.
I tell you what, you had me at this page. Hello, have we met? My day in cups of tea. My life could be spelled out like that. 11 a.m. kettle on again. Builders and lots of it. 1 p.m. peppermint tea after lunch. You are sophisticated.
After lunch. I do like peppermint tea.
Mine would just be, you know, 11 a.m. tea. 11:30 tea. 12 o'clock. Yes, more tea. Just keep it coming.
Switch to gin at 6.
Lovely. G&T.
G&T, exactly, G&T. But the templates are there, the ideas are there, and hopefully it gives you enough of a confidence. Write yourself out the alphabet and just start brainstorming what you would do for each letter.
Well, Janet, I want it just for that, just to immerse myself in your process, and I would just sit and read it, leaf through, rainy days. Sometimes you just want a little flick or just to let the whole thing wash over. But actually there are some really beautiful projects in there. I would also get that just to make the alphabet quilt.
Just to make the alphabet quilt.
Because that's so beautiful. And I recognise that it's a longer term project, but by the very fact that it is 26 letters, I can break that down and I could make that over a year. I could spend a fortnight making each letter. And maybe even collect fabrics from friends and family and, you know, to really personalise it and create a lasting legacy, a lasting memory.
They are heirlooms. All quilts are. All quilts are, but they've got to have been lived with. You know, the quilt that you've got folded up in a cupboard is not an heirloom quilt because no one remembers taking it on picnics or sleeping under it or lying watching the telly on Christmas Day under it.
You and I are in complete agreement about this, I know. These are not supposed to be museum pieces. The worst thing that could ever happen to a quilt of mine is that a quilt that I made 30 years ago, you know, ends up looking exactly like it did when I made it. If it isn't battered, bruised, torn, worn out and faded,
used up.
I've failed.
They say used up. You don't want to use it. You want it to be used
up.
And bring it in for repairs and reconnect with it again.
Yes, and then that's another memory. Christine's got in touch to say, oh, and there's a lot of O's in this. Oh, that is amazing, Janet Clare. We can never just say Janet.
And everyone thinks I'm double-barrelled, like it's Anne-Marie or something.
I love it. I love it. I do it all the time. That is amazing, Janet Clare. So clever. I'm trying to design and make a quilted wall hanging for my hubby with famous motorcycle racers numbers on. For example, number 7 for Barry Sheen, number 3 for Joey Dunlop, etc. Love that. I never thought of cross-stitch patterns. Christine, that's why Janet's here. She's such an inspiration, isn't she?
I want to see the motorbike quilt
I do
now.
too. Another message from Celia. Oh, morning, Celia. Morning, Paul. Love you two together. Two geniuses. I'm going to take that, but I mean, thank you. Bouncing off each other. Book, patterns and fabric. Beautiful. Celia from Essex.
Thank you, Celia.
Thank you. Another one from Merseyside. This is from Collector in Merseyside. So generous of Janet to share some something so personal. She is such an inspiration.
Oh, thank you.
It's
You
one
have
thing
such
to
a
be an
lovely job.
amazing teacher, and you are an amazing teacher. There are lots of amazing teachers, but to be an inspiration is something
That's
else,
something else.
isn't it?
It is.
And to write a
Yes,
book, which isn't
very
just about
flattering.
teaching, make this quilt,
No,
like you say, cut
is
this
really
number
personal.
of strips.
Yeah, it's really, really personal. And I do teach this as a workshop, and I've had people come in and say, I've got no idea what to do. And I said to one lady, I said, what did you do yesterday? And she'd taken the grandchildren out conker collecting. So we made a conker collecting bag.
Perfect.
And it's just, if you said, well, why?
Yeah.
But they're going to go conker collecting every year with the bag.
With the bag.
I mean, if that's not an heirloom.
I know. And in years to come, no one remembers, anything significant about like going to work or
No.
whatever. Well, I do actually, because my job is quite different.
We don't
but
have a normal life, do
no,
we?
we don't. Bad example. But, conker conking.
Yes.
Conker
Collecting.
collecting.
With
your
Granny,
best
with
mates, your
the
granny, that's something you cherish, you remember,
would.
it stays with you.
Yeah.
What a beautiful book, what a thing to have in your library. Whether you want to make the quilt, whether you want to just get into Janet Clare's head and her design process, it's just a beautiful thing to have. And more than that, as a book, it is such a thing of beauty.
lovely
Those
book.
vellum pages, Tony, I know you're
We
watching.
have to pay for
It
those,
was
darling.
worth it.
He knows that.
It
Here's
was
my
worth
little
it.
dream team. So this is Hayley at the back. Hayley, who does all the graphic design, me in the middle, and that's Sarah, who did a lot of the photography for this book.
Look at you with long hair, Janet Clare.
I know, I did used to have long hair.
Janet Clare, long hair.
Long hair, I know. And that on the tablecloth, that's our favourite. That came to me in a dream, that tablecloth.
Go on.
I was imagining having tea with friends, and that it was covered in handprints. So I got up and I made it. Drew around everybody's handprint. You know when you have set places at the table?
Oh, yes.
We always have set places at the table. So I put the tablecloth on the table, and then everyone put their hand down where they like to sit, and I drew around it and embroidered it and wrote their name, embroidered over their name. So that's my favourite tablecloth now.
That's so cute.
But the things just come. I think a lot of the difference between what we do and what other people have to do who've got proper jobs is that we can actually go off on tangents like this. We don't have to wait,
Yeah.
and that's a real privilege. I've got an idea and I can action it. I don't have to wait till Saturday.
No.
We can actually action things. So I
Yeah.
think all these
And you're the
books,
boss, you can just do that.
I can just do whatever I like, can't I, darling? All the books, and they're trying to shortcut that. So if you are getting up on a Saturday morning, you can open a book and drop into that sort of frame of mind quicker.
I think so often, I know that you've lived a very creative life and you've gone through the process of, art school and university, focusing on that, having that drawn out of you. But for a lot of us, it's a sort of, wild and windy no man's land that we don't really know how to get around. And this is your map. This book is your map to navigate the creative process and how to unlock your own creativity. And that's why I think it's so special. Tell me about the zip.
The zip. Now, I remember this, but it may not be true. This is my memory. We were bridesmaids for my auntie Liz, and I think that my sister and I were undoing her zip in the reception or something.
Okay.
But I don't know.
What,
but anyway, Z is for
slightly
zip.
naughty and
Yes.
mischievous?
Z is for zip. I've just got this is vintage fabric, and I've just quilted it. W for Wales.
That's for your Valentine.
Q for quilting. Tony's in here. He's got a physics degree, so he's there. Well, he's everywhere really, isn't he? But E equals MC squared. This is Dickens Medal. Have you heard of the Dickens Medal for animals? Who it's awarded to them for bravery, like in wars and things like that. So we got talking about what medals. This is Betty got, and she might get sit, stay, and come on a very, very good day. So this is D for dog. So there's lots and lots in there, and you just really play with it. And because you're making it quilt as you go, It's a finished quilt. Each letter is a finished quilt, and I will demonstrate. And it's all mismatched on the back. I don't know if you can see that because I've got to stand. I haven't got floor space behind me. So there's all little individual quilts at the back. So it's literally one of my favourite things.
It's gorgeous. Steph sent a really nice post. What a great idea from Janet. I love her stuff. To me, every time I make something, I'm in a moment of my life. It's absolutely right.
Yes.
Making things is making memories. I made a picture for my mum once. It took me months and I was very depressed at the time. But now, when I see it, I smile. It's really special, isn't it?
It's very special.
You know, we create for so many different reasons.
Yeah.
But we always have those memories. Anne's messaged in as well, who's from Kent. Wordsmith, she says, is my favourite of Janet's books too. I'm due to retire soon. And I plan to make my quilt. Meanwhile, I'm revising the book regularly. It's inspirational.
Oh, fabulous. Fabulous.
Exciting times ahead.
Permission to do anything.
Yeah, really gorgeous.
I'm not retiring.
Now,
I'm not retiring.
we have a quilt kit also from you. I love the title. It's called Oddly Enough. Oddly enough.
Oddly enough.
Oddly enough. Tell me about Oddly Enough.
Well, you know, names are very important to me.
I do.
Things have to have the right name or I just can't cope. They don't become anything. And I wanted to do something that was very loose and scrappy. I'm completely obsessed with string piecing at the moment. And I wanted to do lots of animals. And the word Oddly Enough just came to me and it seemed to be a good match. So it's Oddly Enough. This is a digital print which shows you what it would actually be. Yes, it's smaller.
Yes, it's smaller, isn't it?
It's smaller, but it is the whole layout of the kit. And the one that we've actually got hanging up is my little version. I've changed it around. But lots of string piecing and applique animals. So just for the animals alone, the pattern is worth having, I think. So you've got reindeer, geese, mice, swallows, horses. You've got so many animals that are really, really useful. Easter's coming up, you've got chicks and eggs there.
I like the fact that we've even got some mice.
Little mice.
This makes me feel very at home on the farm. Can you see those?
We've got mice. Little mice. So that this is smaller. But yeah, really useful pattern, really fun string piecing. And in my botanicals fabric. Yeah,
and this is something else, you'll love this. Now the quilt itself is 84 inches square, so it's a really big quilt, isn't it?
It is a big quilt, and I wanted the animals to really show up, so you've got good size, and they look like they're on point, but they're not on point. You put the little corner triangles in, but the construction is straight, you know, you're not running up diagonally to construct the quilt.
Okay, cool. So let me show you the amazing fabrics that you get. So let me pop these to one side for a second. So you get your pattern, Oddly Enough, by Janet Clare, 84 inches square. So you get your pattern first of all. And you mentioned this is made in your botanicals range of fabric, and these are absolutely beautiful.
Thank you.
And this is really different. I mean, the colour is very much, but different.
Really different. So every now and again, usually Moda don't give you a design brief. They want to know what you're interested in and to see your artwork at any given point. And every now and again, they'll say, Janet, we'd really like XYZ from you, and this was one of those occasions. They wanted to see if I would like to draw something that was like a nature diary, something that's come out of a sketchbook, a real field guide idea, and they wanted it to be in charcoals and a really neutral grey. So that's the colour palette I went with it, and I must say I really had fun. And
oh, I love that.
People are making the Oddly Enough in the botanicals fabric for very young babies because, of course, that's what they see. They see that high contrast first.
Absolutely.
And it's a nice colour palette for a nursery, grey.
Yes.
Until they start throwing in all their own personality to it. You get that nursery looking stylish.
That's
for a little
right,
bit.
yes. Enjoy that while it lasts.
While it lasts.
Yeah, but also as well, those sort of silvers, greys, charcoals, sort of greyish
Yes,
as well.
greyish.
A sort of brownish grey is very, very on trend for interiors, and a lot of young folk, they do want their whole
grey.
house in those greys,
Yeah.
including the nursery.
Yes.
So it's perfect. But I love the soft, extra, almost like sort of coloured pencil shading,
It is
isn't
colour
it?
pencil.
Oh, it is, yeah. And you
colour
really get that
pencil, a little
sense.
bit of, you know, the water-soluble
Yeah.
pencils you can get, so little touches of water every now and again. But really thinking about textures and the little ditzy prints and all those blenders. There's nothing plain in there.
No.
And they're really, really good fun to sort of start piecing together.
It's
and all
absolutely
the animals you
gorgeous.
can construct from them as well.
Cool. So, so you use those for the appliques
Yes.
as well. Amazing.
Yes.
So you get all of that stack of fabric, and it is weighty.
It is a big quilt.
chunk.
It's a big project.
So you get all of that. Then you also get interfacing.
Interfacing, because
And
that is
bonded
how
web.
I pieced my the corner triangles. I did them on the interfacing just to keep yourself square.
Yep.
Then cut them into triangles, then sew them on the applique squares.
Perfect. Because this, you mentioned, this is a technique called string piecing.
String piecing. And literally just cut long strings, and I'd cut them with scissors. I make sure they're nice and wonky. And you just go dark light, whatever you like. And it's really quick, it's really immediate, it's very cathartic.
To create your own fabric.
Yes, create your own
I
fabric.
love that. And then all of the applique, how is that done?
That is again fusible appliques, the bond web, just like I showed you in the last hour. And all you've got to do when you're laying that out is remember that you're placing them on a diamond. It looks, because I've done that before, and I've had the square, and I thought, oh, there you go, they look nice. And of course, you put them in the quilt, and you think, oh, now they're all wonky.
Got you.
So yes, you're piecing them on the diamond, and just do the free motion if you like, or any stitch that you want. Really personalise it.
So you would put your appliques just onto the background square.
Absolutely.
Free motion them on
Yep.
at that stage. Then add your string piece triangles.
Yeah, then add the corners. You true them up, and then just do the sashing if
Yeah.
you like. And you've got plenty of fabric to play with. You can, change it around as much as you like. And I've got big string piece diamond in the middle of the quilt, but you could have more animals in there.
You could.
Just really personalise it.
It's absolutely beautiful. It's such a gorgeous quilt. I'll just hold up the quilt again, if we may.
Oh,
just
have I
to
put it? Here you
show.
go.
It's hiding. Remember, this is a
hiding.
smaller version.
This is the small, because we're limited to what the digital printer can do.
Yeah.
It's a brilliant asset.
Yeah.
But, it's upside down now. There we go.
But this gives you a really good
upside
idea
down,
of what
back
the
to
whole quilt will
front.
look like. It's just, this is about 2/3 of the size.
I would say so. So that's the string blocks. But
Mm-hmm.
again, you could put more animals there and just maybe having one half. You could have a half square triangle there and little animals going round. But really, it's simple, but it's got a lot of, I think it's got a lot of movement and energy to
Yeah.
it. And it's fun. All the animals really keep it fun.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's really charming.
So when you're constructing that, watch the dimensions are very carefully written so that you get your birds. Because the
cool.
rectangle are the same size, but it tells you the order to cut them in. So you're cutting across the fabric so that the birds are upright.
Oh, that's good.
And
I like that.
It's in the pattern, because that is Tony's brain.
There you go.
That's Tony's brain.
Got a physics degree.
He's got a physics degree.
Anna from Oxfordshire's got a question for you. Anna says, loving Janet's shows today. Can I be cheeky and ask, when is Bon Voyage coming out, please?
Bon Voyage has been delayed. It keeps saying it should be before Christmas. Then we've been told sometime in January, and still don't have a date.
Is that a new fabric range?
New fabric. It's coming, it's been ordered, and it's just the whole shipping, getting
We've had a
things
lot of
from A
problems
to
over the
B.
last couple of years, haven't we?
Yes.
There's been a lot of
Yes.
issues, especially with shipping. This is why, we often say, I often say on air, if you see something you like, grab it, get it now. And because actually, behind the scenes, it's a bit of a faff,
It is,
isn't it,
and
at the moment?
trying to schedule in. I just had a meeting with Ian, who office upstairs, and it's just like, well, when's it coming? I don't know when it's coming, so we can't schedule the shows. It all has knock-on effect, but Thank you for doing your homework on my fabric
Yeah, it's impressive. It's impressive.
It's coming. It is coming.
Viv sent in a message on Facebook referring to Wordsmith. I made a memory quilt for my husband. I had our grandchildren's drawings from nursery digitised and then made a quilt out of them. I wish I could send a pic. Viv, if you've got access to email, you can email us a picture. If you haven't, we'll just have to imagine, but it's a beautiful thing.
Love to see it. The children's drawings. I've embroidered over the children's drawings a lot. I've got quite a few on my apron, and I copy them onto a stitch and tear.
Cool idea.
That's what I do, and embroider through them.
Now, if you'd like to get the pattern for Oddly Enough on its own, you can do. We're going to pop details up on the screen now for that. It's the Oddly Enough quilt pattern from Janet Clare. Oh, it's sold out.
Oh.
It's sold out, Janet.
Well, thank you, everyone.
Yes.
We barely got to mention it.
Can we get more?
Patterns, probably. Fabric, need to do some maths on the fabric.
We always say, don't we, get it while you can, because it doesn't
fabric.
get reprinted.
Yeah, and you can't send somebody a third of a quilt kit either.
No.
You know, you've got to have it all in. Pattern shouldn't be a problem.
Okay.
Pattern shouldn't be a problem.
What do you want to show us, Janet?
Shall I do some demo?
Yes, please.
Shall I? How are we doing for time? We've got time.
Got about 22 minutes.
Oh, that's a lifetime on live
It's
TV,
a lifetime.
isn't it? Okay.
Show Tony what you can do in 22 minutes.
I don't want him to know what
And
I
then
can
he'll
do in
say, now if
22
I
minutes.
multiply that up for the day, you should be making 7 quilts a week.
The last time he bought me sewing machine needles, he buys them wholesale, and I got this big box, like 100 or
Every
something.
6 to 8 hours.
Yeah, and he said change them I think he said every 8 hours or something.
Right.
And he'd worked out that when I'd be asking him to reorder more, I'd been slacking. Joking.
Lock him
But
out of
honestly,
your sewing
it's just
room.
like, these will last you to like the 27th of February at 5 p.m. and I'll buy you some more.
I love that.
His brain is not my brain.
It's not, is it?
It's not my brain.
It's really not.
It's not.
But I find that quite cute. I find that quite cute.
Okay, quilt as you go. There is lots of different methods. You won't be surprised to know that I have simplified it and made it my own. Normally, you make the whole quilt top, so you do all your blocks, and then you would think about layering it up with the wadding and putting the backing behind it, tacking it all together, and then doing the quilting. Where with quilt as you go, you're making mini quilts, individual quilts. And the main difference is that your wadding is the finished block size. That's how it starts. Normally it's bigger. With quilt as you go, you're going to cut your wadding to the finished block size. Your pretty fronts that you've pieced and worked on are bigger, and so is your backing fabric. Okay, so your wadding, you need to decide what size your wadding's going to be. Mine are squares. It's very straightforward. They don't need to be, but obviously because you're piecing them together, they need to have one dimension that's consistent. So squares are just easy. So my squares, I've learnt over the process of making my quilt. Normally, your quilter's seam allowance is 1/4 of an inch, so you'd make things 1/2 an inch bigger. And I found that that was a bit tight and uncomfortable when it came to sewing my blocks together. So I actually have a 1/2 an inch seam allowance, which means that my pretty top and my backing fabric is actually cut 1 inch bigger than the wadding.
Understood.
Okay.
1/2 an inch on all sides.
1/2 an inch on all sides, and that gives you plenty of room. So you're going to have your pretty tops, which you will have done everything on that single layer of fabric that needs to be done. So you've got your applique there, you've got your piecing there, any embroidery you can do, whatever, done on the top. Your wadding is cut to the finished block size, and then you have your backing fabric, which again is 1 inch bigger, and then you're going to layer it up as if it's a mini quilt.
And do you need to be pretty accurate about placing that wadding? It's got to be dead centre?
You do need to make sure you've got seam allowance. There's plenty of room for things to be a bit wiggly, and for you trimming the wadding down. It's not a problem, but you do need to try and get it as central as you can. Then you're going to put your pretty top on top, and then you need to do your quilting now. And all of your quilting has to stay on the wadding. You've got to be able to keep that seam allowance out of the way. Okay, so it's really like a mini quilt.
Would it be worth using maybe a friction pen or something to draw a border, like a half-inch border all round, just to remind? Because I'd go crazy,
just
Janet,
to
and
remind
I'd just
you,
go
you'd be
over
off
the edge.
the thing. The thing with being off the edge is that you can't then fold that seam allowance back, and you need to be able to fold that seam allowance out the way. Right, so that's my basic construction. I'm going to move on to some actual samples that I've got here. So here's some I made earlier, a long time earlier. And when you come to putting them in the quilt, so these would be heavier quilted maybe if I was putting them in the quilt, but you can see I've got some letters, I've got some free motion writing. The future is yet to be written. And they look quite scruffy at the moment. I've got all these loose ends and all over the place. What you're going to do now, these are going to be next to each other in the quilt. So you're going to put the pretty sides together down this seam here that I'm going to sew, and then you need to get that seam allowance out of the way so you can see where you're going to sew it. And then I'm going to do exactly the same on the other side. Is this still in the right place?
Yeah, it's absolutely
I'm still
perfect.
in the right place.
You're much better at this overhead camera than I am, Janet. You've cracked it.
I've cracked it temporarily. Am I plugged in? I'm
You
plugged
are.
in. There you go. So what you're going to do now, you can pin this, you can do it all, but basically you may not even have that much wadding to show. Maybe you've just got quilting right up into the very edge, doing that. But what you're going to do is you're sewing those pretty sides together, just the fronts together, okay? And this is where your 1/2 inch seam allowance comes handy, because you've then got plenty of room for wriggling around. And I'm not even worrying about mine being particularly accurate. You won't be surprised to hear that either.
So are you sewing against the edge of the batting here?
Yes, you're going to run
batting
the
as a
edge of the
guide?
batting, and mine is not heavily quilted. The heavier quilted it is, the more that will be set in the right place. So I'm just going to go for about 1/2 inch. You can already see that's not straight. Don't worry about it. So about 1/2 inch all the way down. And what happens is, I've got some wiggling going on. I always feel like I should sit down at the sewing machine.
Yeah, you can't here, can you? It's too high.
No, and it's better for viewing
I
as
want
well,
a sit-down
probably.
area, though, would be nice.
A sit-down area would be luxury, wouldn't it? Right, so pretty sides are together, and what will happen is my wadding has not, I've got a tiny bit caught there, but not enough to bother me any. And then I'm going to open the seam allowance. I'm going to open it out, and that will help keep your wadding in place, okay, as well as your quilting. You can, I wouldn't really be pressing it. You don't tend to press, because of course you've done lots of your quilting as well. You don't really want to be pressing. And then you put one side in, and then this, you've got raw edge here, and I fold the raw edge underneath, and then I will hand sew that in place. Now I tell you why I hand sew. I hand sew because I enjoy hand sewing anyway.
Yes.
But I am too sloppy a sewer to get that seam in the ditch between the blocks. She's disgusted with me now. Absolutely outraged. Just find
really.
it. You know, if it's not perfectly in the ditch,
Yeah.
it's really visible and it's really annoying. And if you sew it from this side,
Hand sewing's lovely.
you don't know what's going on at the back. So I just sit and hand sew, and sometimes I'll sew it in, you know, fluorescent thread, bright red thread, whatever you like. So then I'm just going to slip stitch that all closed. Here's another one that's started. I've got some fluorescent thread.
You're as good as your word, aren't you?
I've done my prep. I've done my prep. So I'm literally just going to do a little few splits, little slip stitch. I've got a fluffy end of the thread, and go together.
I love this quilt as you go method, because the regular method you end up with sashing, don't you?
You do, and it's immaculate front and back.
That's okay.
Yeah.
That's okay
But
if you
it's
want
not me.
sashing. But any block where you've got secondary patterns that
Yes,
appear, you
yes,
lose.
you do.
So, you know, I've always dismissed it as, well, I can't use it for everything, but this method would work.
Yes, and
So
you get a
that's awesome.
patchwork background, and it's quite I love the pace of Quilt As You Go, because you're making the whole quilt, even though it's like 10 inches square, and then you're doing the quilting, and then you're finishing it off. It's very satisfying. It's very circular, rather than thinking, well, I was halfway through that and I've had to leave it for 3 months because X, Y, Z.
Right.
You know, you can really, really keep up with it.
Love it.
Right.
Yeah, I suppose you could also, with all of these blocks, you could quilt them and bind them and have them as mini quilts, couldn't you?
You could. They don't have to be a quilt. It's just the idea's finished. So here I've got 2 rows. So you will have a very long horizontal row, but the process is exactly the same. So the pretty sides together, trim off anything that's getting in the way, or is it bulky, whatever you like. Fold one piece inside and one piece over the top and slip stitch it closed, and you'll get a really, really interesting background.
Patchwork back. And also as well, I'm thinking that this would be a great way if you've got sort of scraps of fabric as well. You haven't got a whole big backing for a quilt. Or you've got things like a layer cake that you want to use for the
just
background.
Like a little bit of a baby dress, or a little bit of a shirt, or a tea towel, or whatever you've got.
Gorgeous.
Because you're working in a small area, and the seams will help you. So you could put velvet or jersey on the back, because it's in such a small section that you probably get away with it without distorting too much.
Give it a try.
Give it a
Viv,
whirl.
I just wanted to mention, Viv, I have messaged you on Facebook to give you our email address, studio@sewingstreet.com. I don't know if you managed to spot that and sent in a picture of your memory quilt. Do we have that email in? Has it come in?
See it.
If you're still watching, Viv, send us that picture, studio@sewingstreet.com. That's our email, and you can attach the picture. We'd love to see it.
I love seeing what people have done. I think it's so inspiring.
It really is.
Yeah, it really is. And particularly
Fantastic.
you think they've started with the same thing, and then it's become something completely different. I think that's wonderful.
Well, that's the difference between sort of giving somebody, you know, a slavish, you know, cut these this colour, this long, sew them together. And there's a place for that, of course there is.
Yeah.
Or a technique, well, it's almost a way of life, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can integrate it.
Yeah.
Beautiful. We have got some beautiful Janet Clare fabrics on the hour as well. These are from your Astra collection, aren't they?
We've got a few odds and ends of Astra left.
We do. And these are gorgeous. I'm an avid collector of creams and tans. I'm the person that can walk into a quilt shop or go to a quilt show, and I do look at them, but I can walk away with 30 half-metre cuts of all cream fabric.
All cream.
And tan fabric, because as dazzled by the big patterns and the colours as I am, these are the ones I know I'll use forever and ever.
You just need them. They just very quietly. The background heroes are everyday heroes.
They are.
They really just need them.
I'm just thinking your memory quilt, the backgrounds.
With all of those,
beautiful.
Yeah.
So let's start ending 20. This is like a little satellite,
They
am I
are
right?
little satellites.
I do
My
listen.
imaginary satellites.
I do listen, but then they've also got a look of computer code, or
there's
you know,
little, sort of little at, or like a little computer game, like those old-fashioned computer games where things just sort of drop down.
or Japanese kanji. They've also got that look for me.
Well,
do you know what
there
I
you
mean?
go.
They've almost got from a distance,
Yes.
like they're. And I love fabrics with words, a script on them. So it's, you know.
Always useful.
Yeah, I love it. The colours are gorgeous. I love the story behind the rusty brown.
Orange, I know. Indigo ink and bleach.
Brilliant, brilliant. Ending 3/4. This again has that gorgeous, rich, creamy tan in the background. We do need to give, was it Joe?
Joe,
His
well done.
moment.
Joe's his moment with his UFOs in my sketchbook.
Yeah, here we go, look.
Got them put on the selvage.
Joe's contribution, the selvage, the little UFOs. Love that. The heavens stretch out above us. Again, beautiful fabric there. Yes, a background. Yes, a neutral, but also starring role. No.
Not boring.
Dark background. These stars, rather than the background light and the stars blue.
Yeah.
Switch it up.
Yeah.
Love that. Viv has sent her email, by the way. So if we can find that and show it before the end of the hour, that would be ace. Next one ending 10. I know I love seeing what our viewers make. It's just brilliant.
These are fake constellations, like little star charts and things. Yes, there's just me like playing dot to dot.
Fraudulent constellations.
Yes, I was flicking ink on paper and then just playing dot to dot.
Oh, I love it. I love it. But then some of these I think I recognise. I would want to name them all. Did you sit down and name them?
No, but I should, shouldn't I?
You really should.
Maybe some of them are real. I think most of them aren't.
No, I like it.
I probably
like
started off doing the research and then got bored. And then just used, I'd always vanish into my imagination at some point.
Well, of course. Ending 19.
This is like a little sun orbiting a planet.
I like that.
See, it all means something to me.
Yeah.
It could just be a little oval. You could put that in something with flowers on. It doesn't need to be about the stars. But when you're designing, you need that story to attach to.
You've got the story.
Don't you? Yeah.
Elsie says, Janet, your fabrics are gorgeous. Got quite the stash in my sewing room and can't wait to get started on a quilt.
Excellent.
We've got Viv's picture. Let's have a look. Viv, thank you so much for sending this in.
I need to see it bigger.
Oh, beautiful. You can see all the children's drawings
lovely. Nice.
What do you think?
I like all the blues, obviously.
Yes.
Gorgeous. That is completely unique.
It is completely unique.
In the whole world.
Yeah.
That is the only one.
It's so precious to a family as well, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Especially if you've told the stories.
Yeah.
And they know the stories.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Thank you so much for sending that in.
Thank you for finding that and emailing and attaching files, and it's all got a bit stressy, I'm sure.
No, I would do if I was doing it. Ending 5-3. So this is the planet orbiting.
Yes.
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 Gorgeous
in the
blue.
indigo ground. Yes, it's more subtle, isn't it? In that one, you couldn't see the orbit quite as clearly.
See, I'm also a massive fan of like historic reproduction fabrics as well. I love the ability then to bring in other fabrics that are not. I don't use just repros in a quilt at all. I bring in some batiks, I bring in some modern prints.
Life. Yes, absolutely.
And it's and I could see this sitting so well.
Just use honestly, if you don't think that's about the stars, you can put it in anything at all. Yeah, absolutely. But that is the beauty of having a stash. I know it sounds like a sales pitch, but really, if you've got a good variety of fabric and tools and threads that you really like, that genuinely inspire you, you will have what you need to get started and make something. For sure.
Yeah. Satellites on indigo. That's our next one. That's delicious. To wear a shirt in that.
You could have a shirt in
Shirt would be lovely, wouldn't it? Tony could have a shirt in that.
Yeah, my dad's got a length of my fabric. My sister was supposed to be making him a shirt, so she won't be watching, but you know. I don't know whether Dad's got his shirt yet.
And our last one, ending 2-1. Our Viv says one of the drawings in that quilt is actually by her granddaughter, who is now 25.
Oh.
Well, how old is Henry now?
Henry's 18 and Joe's 21.
Amazing.
Yeah, so they do grow up on you, don't they?
They do. I believe they do.
Yeah,
I believe they do.
We haven't aged.
No.
We're not aging.
No. That's probably the thing I'd find scariest about having children, that they'd make me feel older.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
They keep you interested as well, though. It's always interesting.
Yeah. We're lucky enough to have lots of children and young people in our lives at home, which is really lovely, But I do like giving them back.
You get to be the fun one.
Yeah, I'll buy you a drum.
Yes.
I'll buy you a drum. I'll buy you makeup and nail polish.
As many sweets as you like. Oh, bedtime. Don't worry about it.
I have to come back to the beautiful book.
The book.
Wordsmith. Where we started. This dreamy window, really, into Janet's design process and your creative process. An absolute thing of beauty. Every single, it's not even every page, every inch of every page is beautiful and thought out and precious and personal.
Thank you. It's absolute joy. I absolutely love writing the books and immersing myself in the themes, and they are. I'm very lucky that I've got the most budgie.
Budgerigar called Gary Barlow.
We go to Gary Barlow's for New Year's Eve. So my daughter, my goddaughter, her budgie is called Gary Barlow. So we don't go to Mabel's for New Year's Eve. We go to Gary Barlow's. He's popped his clogs though, bless him. We're back to Lucy, Rob and Mabel's now.
Although, you know, I visited a quilt group in Cheshire, I believe it's Cheshire, if I remember rightly, and a few of the people there were also in amateur dramatics group, and Gary Barlow was in the amateur dramatics group when he was a teenager, so they all knew him really well.
He's
a local lad.
Just Gary.
Gary
Barlow, what a name for a budgie there.
They really do go around to Gary Barlow's on New Year's Eve.
Yeah. I just go to the budgies. Go sit next to the budgie.
That could be my shopping list.
I know.
Every Friday. Cake, coffee, champagne, cheese chips, chocolate and crisps.
Crisps. Oh, it's surprising how many of my favourite things started with C, and that's the comatose cat. There's dear old Betty.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Yeah, ink, I mean, it's so nice just to be able to, you know, draw some ink sketches and put them in the book, and it adds another layer. And as I say, everything is there. The templates are full size or bigger, so you can trace all the templates if you want to do the same. But really, it's having confidence to do your own thing.
And that's what having Janet's book, The Wordsmith, is all about. It's about empowering you. It's about opening up that creative world to everyone, even if you haven't been to college or university and studied art and design like Janet has, like I haven't. There's so much of the process I don't understand.
Don't know. It's very hard to put into words. I think the biggest difference between doing it at university is that you've got 3 years to sort of really settle and focus on it, and they're trying to turn out individual artists, but no one's ever asked me, Stuart, you definitely are an artist. Definitely.
Bless your heart. Bless
Definitely.
your heart. I'm particularly drawn to this page.
I wonder why.
Hello, have we met? Sweet pastries, marshmallow flan.
From an old
One
cookbook.
sweet flan pastry case, baked blind. You put shop bought.
Yes.
I love you. Butter, sugar, 28 grams. It's quite precise.
Yes.
Did you annotate that,
This
or
was
it Tony?
in like after the World War, you know, when people are really short on food. I've got this old recipe book.
Yeah.
But I do like to write. Lots of people keep their books beautiful, don't they? But I do write in my books.
Yeah.
And little notes of what we've liked and what we haven't liked, and how we've we've just bought the pastry.
Love it. Janet, someone's been busy. We've managed to get 10 more copies
Oh, well
of
done,
Janet
Tony
Clare.
and Tessa.
Oddly enough.
Well done,
Oddly
Tony
enough.
and Tessa.
Yeah, well done. Oh, Tony found them under the sofa, apparently.
Of course he did.
They were hidden by a pizza box that he had last night while you were away. We've got 10 copies. They're precious.
10.
They will go in seconds. If you want, oddly enough, quickly jump online, get yourself a copy of Janet Clare. Oddly enough, Janet Clare, you are wonderful.
Thank you.
We went out for a drink last night together, didn't we? And it was precious time.
Loved it. Absolutely
Wonderful.
loved it.
We set the world to rights.
It's all organised. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. And they gave us a bowl of free chilli.
They did, which was amazing.
I'm going there every Tuesday night. It's only a 2-hour drive.
It's not a problem, is it? It's free chilli at the end
We
of the
know
day.
where you'll be on a Tuesday night.
I certainly will, Janet.
It's been lovely to see you.
Joy
Thank
as
you
always.
so much.
Safe journey home. Do
See
you know
you
when
in a
you're
month.
back?
No, I will be back in a month.
Awesome.
We're
Can't
here
wait.
for your birthday week.
Yes.
As part of your birthday week.
Yes.
Definitely.
That has made my day. Will
I
you be
think
here on the 2nd?
Wednesday, I think the Wednesday of the birthday week. All right, should we have free chilli on Tuesday
Let's
night
do
then?
it.
Let's have a date.
It's a birth date. All right, we're going to go to a break. Thank you so much again. I'll see you after the break. All Things Sewing Machine.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Hi friends, welcome back to Sewing Street for our final hour today. It's been a busy morning. Now on this hour, we've got two absolute hero products here at Sewing Street from one of our favourite brands, Brother. Today's show is all about the Brother FS250 sewing machine and the Innovis Disney embroidery machine. I'm going to be giving you a really good tour of both machines. What I need to start by telling you though is that the numbers that we've got of both the sewing machine and the embroidery machine are very, very limited. We've got less than 20. They're back in stock, and they're back in stock because we completely sold out of them the last time I had them on air. We've managed to get some back in stock for today's show, but we've got a very limited stock, less than 20 of each, and they are going to sell out. We're going to start by looking at the embroidery machine. So I'm going to bring this over first of all, and we're going to have a little bit of a look here. Now, there are two bundles available for this machine, and I'm going to talk you through them both. Let's start by just taking a quick look at the embroidery machine itself. So what you're getting here is the Innovis 240 ED embroidery machine from Brother. Now this is an amazing machine. I think it's incredible that it's possible to get a Brother embroidery machine for under £1,000, let alone under 600. This is £599. You have got masses of Disney designs preloaded onto your embroidery machine. You've got Mickey Mouse, Minnie, you've got Daffy Duck, you have got Toy Story, Cars, Frozen, you've got Finding Nemo, all sorts, Monsters Inc. You've got all of those designs preloaded on your machine. You've also got, I think, a couple of hundred royalty-free designs on there that you can do anything with. You can make and sell things like alphabets, frames, you've got florals, animals, whimsical designs, snowflakes, all sorts of lovely things. So you've got all of those preloaded onto your embroidery machine. However, you've also got this USB port in the side. Now, simply go onto your computer, search free embroidery designs for Brother embroidery. You'll find thousands of free ones. You'll also find thousands of embroidery designs that you can pay a few pounds for, so that you really get, you know, if you want something really, really specific, you'll find it. You know, a cat wearing a witch's hat, you know, sitting on a pumpkin. He'll find that. So you can download those and then you can put them straight into your machine, and it's just limitless then. Now what you're getting here is you're getting your embroidery machine. You're also getting a metre of solid cream fabric. You're also getting a free pack of stabilizers. You get 12 different stabilizers in this pack. They're all from Madeira, to experiment with the different effects and different uses of stabilizers, because you're always going to use stabilizers when you're doing machine embroidery. You also get things like some pre-wound bobbins for your embroidery machine. You're always going to use a bobbin fill or a bobbin weight thread in the bobbin. It's a 90 weight, and you just use white for every colour, because the point of it is that it kind of draws the top thread down under the embroidery, so you never see the bobbin thread, so it can just be white throughout, but you need a 90 weight thread. Here's the deal. You're saving 10% today. You're only going to pay £539. It's already an amazing price at £599, but you're going to pay £539 today. It's a super limited amount of stock that we have got. We've got less than 20. In fact, we've got a lot less of this particular deal with the stabilizers and the fabric. There's less than 10 left now. There's less than 10 left now. That's how busy it is for this Brother Innovis 240 ED embroidery machine. Remember, you've got Disney designs preloaded on your machine. You can't buy Disney designs individually. You can't buy them on, you know, like a CD-ROM or a memory stick or anything like that. You can't put more Disney designs onto your machine. You can't buy them on their own. They either come loaded onto an embroidery machine or you can't buy them. You've also got hundreds of royalty-free, copyright-free designs that you can make and sell. Okay, so you can make and sell those designs. All sorts of alphabets, frames, gorgeous florals. Let me show you some of them actually. So this is a really, really nice alphabet that you've got. Now, I think once you can start personalizing your items, you suddenly make them so much more important as memories. You know, embroidered Christmas stockings, cushions, you know, ring bearers pillows for a wedding, embroidered napkins, maybe things like embroidered bunting where you put a different letter on each bunting, alphabets, things like alphabet quilts. Just amazing. It's just one of thousands of embroideries that you could put onto your machine. Remember, it's got that USB port in the side. It's a simple case of going on your computer, searching for and finding designs. Make sure that they're compatible for a Brother embroidery machine, and make sure that they will fit within the hoop that you have supplied with your machine. It's very, very easy to do. Either buy them or go for the thousands of free designs that you can find. I mean, why pay for them if you don't have to? And then just put them on a memory stick. Sandy, one of our regular guests here, is very keen on machine embroidery. She gave a great tip, which was buy the low memory sticks. You know, naturally I would go and buy the highest memory I could find, but actually they work better. Use the low memory ones. Store maybe 6 or 8 designs on each memory stick, and apparently that works much better. And then literally all you've got to do, plug it into the side of your machine. You will then be able to find that design, on your display screen there. And then you can resize, move to the left or the right, up or down, center it, add a frame. If you want to create something like maybe a word where you're using large letters, and you can only get one letter in the hoop, all you have to do, say for example you wanted to put, you know, happy birthday onto a banner, you can literally just draw a line, hoop the first, you know, stitch out the H, move the hoop along, stitch out the A, and just do it that way. You can also get some fabulous embroidery designs that are like little quilting patterns, like a little feathered wreath or a feathered square, things like that. and you can actually then use those to quilt a quilt. So layer up your quilt, hoop a particular area of your quilt, maybe like a little 4 or 5 inch square, pop that under your machine, and then quilt it using your embroidery machine. So the possibilities are just about endless. Absolutely brilliant. As I mentioned, you do also get Disney designs. I'll show you some of those that you've got. Now the Disney designs are for personal use only. You can't make and sell for charity or for profit. So just use those designs for you. Absolutely gorgeous Disney designs, aren't they? Daisy Duck, Winnie the Pooh, and Tigger too, of course. You've got all your Disney princesses there. You've got a bit of Frozen, Alice in Wonderland. You've got Cars, Toy Story, Monsters Inc., Finding Nemo. Love those. And you've got this gorgeous frame right here that you can actually put your Disney princesses into. So you can mix and match those, which I think is lovely. Absolutely lovely. Now, with all of your embroidery designs, when you bring them up, what you'll have in your display is actually the number of the threads that you would use, the colour numbers. There are conversion charts as well, so if you're using different brands of embroidery thread, you can find the perfect colour so that when you stitch out Mickey Mouse, he is absolutely true to the original, which just looks amazing. I need to let you know, remember we started off with just under 20. We've got 4 left. We've got 4 of these left, and that's it. That's our stock that we've got. Now, if you'd like the bundle that has threads and fabric, let me show you that. So we've got the same machine, but with this machine, you're going to get a metre of fabric in this lovely warm beige colour. And then you're also going to get a pack of Gutermann metallic threads. Now, metallic thread can be used in your embroidery machine. And you've got there gold, silver, bronze or copper. You've got a gorgeous, fabulous magenta pink, a lilac pink. You've also got a kind of gorgeous purple, very reminiscent of that chocolate wrapper. And then you've got, look at that green. That is stunning. Again, imagine something like a monogram stitched out in metallic thread. Wow, that would be gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful. So combine metallics and embroidery threads to create even more effects. Remember, we've got very, very limited quantities of this embroidery machine. There are less than 10 of these available. And see how quickly that the last bundle is almost gone. It's almost gone. That's the one that comes with stabilizers. Less than 10 of this bundle with the threads and the fabric. Remember, it's still got all those Disney designs. It's still got all of those copyright-free embroidery designs on there. You can make and sell. You can make and sell for charity or for profit. You've got your USB in the side. You can easily download your choice of literally thousands of embroidery designs. So the possibilities are almost endless. Now, that machine is embroidery only. You will want a sewing machine, and we've got the Brother FS250, which is one of our absolute favourite machines here for many, many reasons. I'm going to stick my neck out here and say that I think this is one of the best value sewing machines that you can buy, because for what you get for the money is incredible. Let me give you a quick tour. But before I do that, I want to let you know the price, okay? £399 is our regular price, but today you're saving 10%, which means you're just going to pay £359. Now, if you'd like to, why don't you take the 3 split pays? You'll only pay £119.66 today. We'll send you the machine. You won't have to pay another penny for another month, by which time you'll have had a month of sewing pleasure with your FS250. Great name of Brother, of course, a name we know and love and trust. They've been doing this for a very long time. They make amazing machines. Now you've got 250 utility and decorative stitches on your machine. You've got 3 alphabets all programmed in. You've got a solid capital, you've got an outline capital, and you've got cursive capitals. You've also got numbers, punctuation, European letters with accents on. And of course, as soon as you've got letters, you can write whatever you like, up to 50 characters at a time, including your spaces. So if you want to do your own name tapes, personalise, make quilt labels, you can do all of that. Okay, so you've got amazing capability in terms of stitches. You've also got amazing capability in terms of your foot package that comes with the machine. So standard feet that come with this machine, you have got, here's your little accessory box in the front. Your utility feet will be in there. All right, just in the front there. In fact, I'm going to take this off for a second and show you. There's your free arm, and there's your accessory box that has things like, you know, your regular utility foot, your what we call the zigzag foot. Okay. You've also got things like your regular buttonhole foot, and you've got your zipper foot. You've got a blind stitch or blind hemming foot, a monogramming foot, a button attaching foot, a buttonhole foot. Okay, so you've got all of those. But then you've also got 7 additional specialist dressmaking feet. Now each one of these feet is going to cost maybe between £15 and £20 each, and you're getting these included at no extra charge. A straight stitch foot, a zipper and piping foot, a gathering foot, a 5 groove pin tuck foot, a non-stick or Teflon foot, an adjustable bias binder, and a narrow hemmer. You're getting all of these additional feet included with your machine. You get an extension table. You get a hard case. It's absolutely incredible value at £359, and like I say, I take advantage of the split pays. You only need to pay £119.66 today to get this amazing machine home. Just the extension table alone would probably set you back £25. You're getting that included. You really are getting an amazing package here. Now, for those of you who want to quilt or do free motion applique like Janet Clare does, if I turn the machine down, you'll see here at the back, you have got your feed dog dropping button. So just push that to one side. You'll see the little icon there, teeth above, teeth below, and teeth below just drops the teeth down so that now you can free motion quilt. When you push that back up, the teeth won't instantly pop up. As soon as you take your first stitch, the feed dogs pop back up again. Okay. This also shows you the free arm on your sewing machine. So if you're doing things like bags, turning up trousers, sewing hems, things like that, you're probably going to want to use your free arm on your sewing machine. Now, this bundle also comes with a couple of panels from Delphine Brooks, some toy stuffing, and also a couple of meters of solid fabric. Have a look at this. You're getting all of these included with your machine for free, and you're saving 10%. It's amazing. Now, we actually went onto the Brother website earlier on, and if you go onto the Brother website, you can find the Brother FS250 there. It's £799. That's the price you'll pay, £799. Now, we always have the machine at £399, which is awesome. Kim has messaged me to say, oh my goodness, I have this machine as a Christmas present. I love it. Family Comforts has messaged too to say, morning Stuart, loving the show and great to see one of my favourite machines on the show, the Brother embroidery machine. There's just unlimited creative ideas you can do with it. It'll take your projects to the next level. That's a great message. Thank you, Cindy. Chris is also messaged in with a question. Please, Stuart, can you repeat the code to download patterns for the embroidery machine? Many thanks, Chrissy. Well, Chrissy, certainly I can help you with that. So it's not a code as such. All you need to do is if you go into your search engine on your computer and just type into the search bar, Brother Embroidery Designs Free, for example, or you know, embroidery design, Brother sewing machine compatible, free, or paid for, or whatever, and you will just get hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. There are companies that do, you can have subscriptions for embroidery designs, you know, that kind of let you into thousands of designs. You can buy like compendiums of designs, you know, they're all Christmas designs, they're all Easter designs. You can buy fonts and alphabets. I mean, I think they're the best value because you're almost limitless, aren't they, what you could do with them. I mean, thinking back to Janet's memory quilts, if you could add in machine embroideries, you could really tell the story in your quilt. If you're making quilts for children, incredible. A question from Sybil. Sybil asks, hi, does this machine have a walking foot? Sybil in Yorkshire. Brilliant question. That leads me on very, very nicely. Thank you, Sybil. So with your Brother FS250, you get 11 feet, but there are 2 feet that you do not get that I think you will want, and we have them on the show. You need a walking foot and you need a darning or free motion foot. We have both of them on the show. The best deal is a bundle where you're getting both and making a £10 saving. Let's get those details up on screen for you and I'll show you what I'm talking about. So the walking foot, now these are both Brother branded feet. So these are not generics. All right, you've got your Brother walking foot. Now, let me just tell you that I bought a walking foot for another of my sewing machines and it was £110. Ouch. Ouch, I said. £110 for a walking foot. Your Brother walking foot is £47.48. It's a bundle. You're getting the walking foot. You're also getting the free motion quilting or darning foot or hopping foot. This is what Janet was using to be able to stitch in all directions, feed dogs down, you can write your name, you can draw around applique shapes with it, you can quilt, you can free motion. These are amazing. You're getting both of these feet. Now I remember buying a Brother darning foot, which is what this is right here, about 25 years ago, possibly more, and it cost me £20 then. I don't know what they cost now, but I know it cost me £20 then. Your walking foot, like I say, I don't know how much a Brother one is on its own. We've got a Brother one on its own, so I can tell you in a second. But the deal to get them both together, £47.48. And this really will absolutely beautifully complete the whole package. I think you'd be hard pushed to ever buy another foot for your Brother machine, but you can. There are others if you want them, speciality feet. Right, okay, now we also do these feet on their own. So let's start off with the walking foot on its own. We'll pop the details on screen for you for that. It's $39.99. $39.99 for the Brother walking foot. I'm going to open this one and I'm going to show you how to put it onto your machine. Because I often get asked that. How do you actually install these onto your machine? So let me show you how to do it. Okay, you get full instructions of course, but all right, so what you will need is your, and actually I can show it with our new overhead, can't I? Hey, let's get fancy. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab out the little screwdriver. Okay, so the first thing is my advice if you're changing the foot would always be turn your machine off. You want the needle in the highest position. And you're going to use your screwdriver to actually take the whole of this ankle, what we call the ankle, and the foot off. So let's just, I'm trying to find the, trying not to get in the way. I just need to look, don't I? There we go, right. So we'll just release that ankle. There it is. All right, so we've just taken that off. And let me just show you the foot. So this is the walking foot. And what you'll see here is that we've got this sort of little bit of almost like a fork-shaped lever on the side, yeah? And then we've also got this sort of fork-shaped attachment. Now this little fork-shaped attachment here is going to go over the needle, sorry, not the needle cap, that little screw that I undid to release the ankle. So it's going to go sit over the screw. And then this little fork back here is going to slot onto the needle clamp, so the bit that holds the needle in place. So here we go. So I'm going to go from the back and I'm going to slot. Now you might just need to unscrew that screw a tiny bit more. Ooh. I'm trying to undo it as little as possible. There we go. So that slots over the back there. Did you see that? And then your other little clamp needs to go over the needle bar. Okay? I don't think you can see that, can you? The camera's on the wrong side. It needs to be this bit here, this bit up here. No, we can't really see that. If I tilt the machine back, can you see that any better? Yeah, can you see it's kind of slotted over the top of that? So that's what you need to do. And then with that held in place, you're just then going to tighten up that screw. And you want to do it with your finger and then just go in there with the screwdriver, and it is the smallest tweak. You just want to tighten it up a tiny bit beyond what your fingers could do. Okay, and that then will hold that walking foot in place, and you can use that for straight line quilting. Doesn't have to be straight, of course. It can be a wavy line as well, or sewing around a shape but with a walking foot. But your machine will feed the fabric. Okay, you can also use that walking foot with some of the decorative stitches. Always test them to make sure that the decorative stitch will fit within the width of the foot. But they really are fantastic. Diana's emailed me or messaged me on Facebook with a question. She asks, "Hi Stuart, thank you for all the input and info. I just bought the embroidery machine for my mum. Does it come with a warranty?" Thank you, Diana. Yes, it absolutely does. I'm going to ask for some technical support here, please. Gallery. You of course get a 1-year warranty with all electricals. That's law. And I believe you get a 2-year warranty. We're checking. All right, so that's your walking foot. I'm just going to take that off and then show you how you put your darning foot onto the machine. All right, so I'm going to take the walking foot off and I'm going to put the darning foot on this time. Now it's quite a similar process. It's really quite a similar process. You've got, again, you've got that little, at the side, you've got this little slot, if you like, that's going to go under the screw at the side that you have to loosen with your screwdriver, yeah? That goes under it. And then, can you see this little metal bar at the top? That is going to sit on top of the needle clamp. So where on the walking foot there was a fork that went over, this is going to sit on top of, just like that. Okay, so same again, you're just going to slot that underneath. The bar naturally will want to sit on the top, and then while it's there, you're just going to go in, tighten the screw up with your fingers, and then a little tiny turn just to tighten that up. I think the embroidery machine comes with a 2-year warranty, doesn't it? Now then, while we're here and I've got the machine on, let's do a bit of quilting while I've got that darning foot on. I wonder if we've just got a little bit of wadding, please, and a little bit of fabric. It's not a little bit of wadding, is it? It's 3 meters. It's a 3 meter piece. Have we not got like a little scrap? No, we haven't. That's all right. That's all right. While I'm here, I can show you actually how easy it is to thread up. So you've got your automatic needle threader, of course, which I love. I always like to drop the presser foot for this. Oh, someone's broken the needle threader on this machine. So I can't show you that. I probably won't be able to. Let me take my glasses off. It's got like this now. There we go. There we go. If in doubt, take the glasses off. This is why I always wear my glasses if I'm demoing. Right then, let's get a little bit of fabric. Look, this is my little bit of wadding. Okay, let's get a bit of fabric. Okay. And if you want to get better at free motion quilting, I can't recommend highly enough doing things like this. Larger samples that I'm doing, I would probably get something like between a 10 and a 15-inch square of quilt batting, and the same of fabric, and make yourself up a little quilt sandwich. So you've got your backing fabric on the bottom, bit of wadding, and then fabric on the top. Oh, great news, Diana. You get a 3-year warranty with your embroidery machine, a 3-year warranty. Okay, that's fab, and on the sewing machine as well, absolutely superb. Right then, so I've got my darning foot in place. I'm going to just drop my feed dogs. Put my, do I want to put my extension table on? Yeah, I'll put my extension table on, shall I? Yeah, I'm going to treat myself. It comes included with the machine, so why not? Why not? I'm going to grab the extension table and slide that on. Okay, right, I've got my extension table on. Remember, you're not having to buy that as an extra. It comes with the machine. So feed dogs are down and I've got my darning foot on. Okay, so someone asked earlier on, what do I mean about needle down, needle up? How do you do that? So hold on to your top thread, okay? Drop your presser foot down, and then I'm going to use the needle down button to pop my needle in the down position, bring my needle back up again, lift the presser foot, and then bring the fabric towards you. Then you can grab hold of that loop, it's pink on this machine. There's my bobbin thread right there. There's my top thread right there. And now I'm going to hold both of them and I'm going to put my fabric back under. Now I actually want to have my needle in the center, so I'm going to put it onto stitch number 2. So I've got a center needle position. I'm going to drop my presser foot back down. Now just a little point, and that is when you're using a darning foot, with the presser foot up, you can move your fabric around. With the presser foot down, you can still, it depends on the machine, but you can still move your fabric around. So it's quite easy to forget to put your presser foot down. Don't forget to put your presser foot down. Okay? So once you've done that, you can take your first few stitches, and you want to just take a few little stitches, very small stitches. So I'm hardly moving the fabric at all. And what I end up there with, I don't know if you can just about see, about 5 or 6 what we call micro stitches. And those micro stitches secure the threads in place, and they mean that when I finish my quilting, I can literally trim my threads even with my quilt top, and I don't need to bury them, okay? You can if you want to, but I don't. Okay, so when you start free motion quilting, you want, let me turn the speed up, it's on too low, there we go. You want to sew at quite a fast speed. You want to run your machine at quite a fast speed, and you want to move your fabric quite slowly. And the reason for that is you'll get a much smoother line of stitching if you run your machine quite fast, but move your fabric quite slowly. You might get quite small stitches to begin with. That'll come with practice. You're controlling the length of your stitch. So if you run your machine quite slowly and move your fabric really fast, look, you end up with stitches that are so long. Yeah? You don't want this. Okay, so you're much better off to start with running your machine really quite fast and moving your fabric quite slowly. You'll get the speed, and after a while you'll be able to gauge just how fast to run your machine to get a really nice stitch. Okay, but don't beat yourself up if sometimes the stitches are a little shorter or a little longer than others. In the great scheme of things, it really doesn't matter. Okay, now top tips for you now. When you're trying to practice your free motion quilting, you can use a pencil or a felt tip pen or whatever you like, and you can draw some lines. I would use, that's no good at all. Let's try this one. Okay, that might be better. So I would draw some lines. You can use a ruler to draw these lines if you want to. Okay, doesn't have to be anything posh. And then what I'm going to do, I'm just going to stitch down to that first line. Okay, so what you're going to do to start with is you're going to practice stitching to the line and back up to the top. So you're hitting the line top and bottom. Okay, so you're practicing stitching up to the line, back down to the line. You can square those off or you can round them, it's up to you. This is just about learning to control your stitching. Ah, Jean, you're welcome. You're welcome, it's my pleasure. All right, so you're going to practice stitching that. The what, sorry? Yeah, we'll do in a sec. Yep. You can also practice sewing from side to side, between your lines. You can do all kinds of practice on your machine. All right, let's have a look at some spools of thread. Okay, so over here, we've got some amazing suitcases, I think is the best way to describe them, of thread, and these are from Metler. Let's start off with silk finish. So in here you've got 96 spools of Metler thread, very covetable. Look at this. I'm going to just move these things out of the way. Now we started today with stash builders. This is a thread stash builder, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. Just going to open the case and just show you what is inside. That makes me very happy. Look at that. Look at that. So that's one half. Over here, wow, that is amazing. That's the ultimate stash of thread, isn't it? That really is a colour for everything. You can use these in embroidery machines as well as your sewing machines, so you can use them for machine embroidery. They are absolutely gorgeous, aren't they? Stunning. And of course as well you can buy replacements for the colours as you use them up. It's £149.99, but you can take advantage of split pay and just pay £49.99 today. Now we've also got the poly sheen thread. I can just tell you, this is the last of our stock that we've got right now. We are going to get more of these in, but they will be at a higher price point. So if you want to get them for £149.99, today's the day. Today's the day. So I'm just going to show you these. I mean, they are just so beautiful. The sheen on these is incredible. Absolutely incredible. Just look at those. Absolutely stunning. And then absolutely beautiful. Little price comparison for you. You could be paying £184 for this same thread case. They are going to be going up. They are going to be going up. I don't know if it's going to be as much as that. Whew, it's a bit eye-watering, isn't it? I hope not too. But you can get them today, £149.99. You just need to pick whether you want the poly sheen or whether you want the silk finish. Absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. They both have 96 different colours in them. That's really fabulous. Okay, where would you like to go next? Yes, the trolley bag. Let's do that. Okay, let me grab this up. This is an absolutely wonderful sewing machine bag. Trolley, really, isn't it? It's a trolley. So what you've got here, incredible. It's really sort of very similar, I suppose, to the technology that we have with our suitcases, except look, you've got this amazing heavy-duty frame on the bottom and really, really solid wheels. Your sewing machine's going to go in here. Your embroidery machine maybe is going to go in there. I'm going to just lift it off. It all sort of hooks on to the base, so it's really, really nice and secure. You've got a little button, now wait a minute, under here. Okay, so you've got a button under here, just under there. Okay, when you push that in, it releases this latch. Now if I show you on the bag itself, there is a, if you like, a pocket. So that's going to slide on and then you're going to clip it into place. So now this is attached to the bottom. You've also then got clips here and here, and these sit behind this strap here. So this is held on really securely. You've also got some more clips up here so that you can actually clip another bag onto the top. So if you're traveling with multiple bags, often they do have these little sort of sleeves on the back. You can actually clip them on. I'll show you like this, in fact. There you go. So that other bag, I guess you can buy that separately. Now then, let me just release the bag and then I can show you what's inside. Have I pushed that down? Hang on a second. There we go. Up and off you come. There you go. Off you come. Of course, that is extendable as well, that handle, as if by magic. All right then, inside the bag, what's fabulous about this is the amount of padding that's inside there. You've got this really thick core. This is going to protect your machine because, of course, if you're traveling with your sewing machine, you want to make sure that it is held securely in there. So you have got a hard base, a really thick, I'm thinking that's at least 1 inch thick foam. That's going to go into the bottom of your bag. Like so. And then this framework will then fit inside the bag, open out to create really a cocoon for your sewing machine. This really is safe and secure. And once your machine's in there, it could be that you've got a Go Big electric from AccuQuilt, a die cutting system that could go in there. That's going to fit beautifully too. You've also got this big roomy pocket on the front, and of course this bag will work independently, so you could actually just carry the bag from your car into your class, or you can use the trolley. $59.99 for that. Now, if you want a really affordable sewing machine bag, we've got a couple of options. Should we go with black and mint? Let's go black and mint. So where the larger bag with the trolley, that's going to fit, you know, a large sewing machine. This is going to be for your sort of smaller and mid-sized sewing machines are going to go in here. So something like, I might have to try the FS250, see if that will go in here if you want me to. So your sewing machine is going to go in there. It does fit, yeah. We've checked, it does fit. So you've got a nice big pocket on the front, your foot pedal, your electric cable will go in there, and then your sewing machine in the main body of your bag. Of course, you could use this bag for something like your stash, your fabrics could go in there, or as I say, your die cutting machine, maybe your Gemini cutting machine could go in there. You've got a nice solid base with bag feet on the bottom, and then a nicely padded bag just to keep everything nice and safe and secure. Really nice strong webbing handles, and then you've got a little connector to join those handles together. So that's the black and mint. Now we've also got a black and a purple version. My friend Sally would absolutely go wild for this because this is absolutely her favourite colour. I suppose that's all you've got to do, pick your favourite colour. This is $15.99. Exactly the same as before. You've got that big pocket on the front. Love this little decal with the scissors on the front. You've got a double zip. There's your big pocket for your foot pedal and your electric cable to go in. Or this could be knitting needles. This could be bits of fabric in there maybe. And then you've got this huge space inside for your sewing machine. A really nice solid base. Look at the colour inside. Absolutely beautiful. Collector in Merseyside's got in touch to say, I've got the black and turquoise bag. I use it for my overlocker. Yes, which didn't come with a case. It fits extra threads too. That's a really good point. Thank you for that. Yeah, get your overlocker in there. Super, absolutely brilliant. You know, we invest in our sewing machines, our overlockers, our die cutting machines. It's good to have some really sort of solid storage, isn't it? Or, you know, a bag that we can take it to a class or a workshop. Okay, a few more things to do before we go. We've got a quilter's thread pack. They're so easy. Perfect. All right, so in here we've got 10 500mm spools. Sorry, 500mm, listen to me, 500 metre spools. Yeah, so in there colour wise we've got white, beige, gold. We've got hot pink, red, mint, ecru, navy, mid grey and black. So a great selection of neutrals and some gorgeous bright colours in there as well. And remember, each one 500 metres, you've got 10 spools. Okay, what else would you like to look at? Okay, we've got a slip reduction mat. Let me show you this. So this is like a really dense, big version of those non-slip mats that you can get. This is from So Easy. It's $15.99. It's 60 centimetres long, 40 centimetres wide, and you're going to use this underneath your sewing machine. You're going to put your sewing machine on top, and this is going to stop your sewing machine moving, slipping, sliding on your table. It's also going to protect the surface of your table from any kind of scratching or marking from your sewing machine. I think that's a really neat buy. I like that. Just before we go, we do need to do tomorrow's menu as well. Just show you the sewing machines one more time. There it is. The Brother FS250 computerized sewing machine. Should be normal price $399. Today it's $359, and you're also going to get a gorgeous bundle of Delphine Brooks panels. You're getting some toy stuffing. You're getting a couple of meters of solid fabric in there as well, a lilac and a gorgeous cream. Remember, you're saving 10% on the usual price, plus a bundle of freebies. The actual price of this machine on the Brother website is £799. Let's do the menu for tomorrow and see what's coming up. All right, 8 o'clock, it all kicks off with fabulous fabrics and books. At 9 o'clock, it is Pa's Free Motion Rulers. I am thrilled that they are joining us here at Sewing Street. At 10 o'clock, it's another hour with Pa's Free Motion Rulers. At 11 o'clock, cut to order wadding and extra wide backing fabrics. And then at 12 o'clock, quilt kits you'll love. All right. Thanks for spending the morning with us here at Sewing Street. We've loved having your company. Thanks for all your lovely messages. Have a wonderful afternoon sewing, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow from me and everybody at Sewing Street. Have a great afternoon, and we'll see you soon.